It's the webinar room. So you check on your
Oh, webinar room.
yeah, it's from webinar room at
Let's see if maybe this.
7:55 this morning.
I'm just waiting for the Zoom link, but that's okay. And it may be everything's just, oh, there it is. I got it. It just came through, yeah. Okay, good morning. The November 20th. Oh, sorry, we have a. Gotta turn it down. Sorry, I'm pushing the wrong way. Trying to push it. It won't go all the way. So didn't we get rid of the sound before? Are we good now? Great. Okay, good. Let's try this again. Okay, good morning. The November 20th, 2025 meeting of the Charter Authorization Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education auditorium and ask that you please silence all your electronic devices. The goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. So for the record, I ask each person speaking to please state your name and title each time you speak into the microphone. I ask that you continue to speak clearly in the microphone throughout your presentation for the benefit of the panel, this audience, and the viewing audience. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the DESE website. So again, good morning all my panel members. I believe that everyone is in person. We don't have anybody online. So I've checked in, there are no changes to the agenda, so we can just move down to our action agenda, which is item number 3. And I will ask Ms. Rainey to please come forward. Would you please come forward and provide an overview of the proceedings and procedures for today's action agenda?
Hi, thank you. So we will just go over the actions, and y'all take a vote, and then we will ask for any comments, or we'll ask for comments, and then y'all will take a vote. All right, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so on to item number 3, open enrollment charter school application. Dr. Darrell Smith, would you please come forward and begin this section of our agenda?
Good morning, panel. Welcome on a nice, bright, sunny day. Appreciate everybody being in attendance today. Darrell Smith, the Office of School Choice. This morning we have the Arkansas Outdoor Academy presenting an application for an open enrollment school here in Central Arkansas. The Arkansas Outdoor Academy proposes a unique place-based educational model that integrates outdoor learning, career and technical education, social emotional learning, and leadership development. The school aims to serve rural, underserved students and align education with Arkansas's growing outdoor recreation economy. Its focus on equity, real-world readiness, and community partnership reflects a mission to connect academic achievement with hands-on experiential learning rooted in the natural environment. At this time, I'll turn it over to the Arkansas Outdoor Academy for their presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so before we begin, all those giving testimony today on behalf of Arkansas Outdoor Academy, both in person and anyone that is online, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony or statement you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. And do we have anybody online today with us? No? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. So again, just want to remind you, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. And each time you come to the mic, please restate your name and your title so we can have it for the record. Okay, thanks.
Get the clicker here. Morning. My name is Chris Horton. I'm one of the founders and potential director of schools. Good morning, Chair and members of the Charter Authorizing Panel. My name is Chris Horton. I'm one of the founders of the Arkansas Outdoor Academy. Arkansas does not need another school with a nice idea. Arkansas needs schools that deliver results, honor standards, and prepare students for the world that they're entering. AOA will be a rigorous public school for grades 6 through 12, where students master Arkansas academic standards through structured instruction applied in real environments. Outdoor learning in our model is not recess, not free time. It is teacher-led, standards-aligned instruction with the same expectations and accountability as any higher-performing classroom. Our state has made this a clear priority. The Natural State Initiative, launched by Governor Sarah Sanders, aims to expand outdoor access, strengthen conservation leadership, and triple the economic impact of outdoor recreation by 2035. AOA directly supports that vision by preparing students with the knowledge and skills needed for this growth sector. Our model is an intentional answer to workforce needs in conservation, outdoor recreation, public safety, and environmental systems. These fields require highly trained candidates who understand the landscape of our state. Our leadership team brings strong instructional expertise, school leadership experience, and deep outdoor and conservation programming experience. I will serve as director of schools. I have over 21 years of educational experience with a background in leadership and program development. I also have a background in building partnerships and relationships within the outdoor community and across state agencies. Our principal, Hallie Hughes, brings a strong foundation in literacy and instructional systems. Our assistant principal and counselor, Teal Lovelady, brings trauma-informed expertise and student support experience. And Sharon Bennett will lead our board of directors. She has statewide experience in outdoor leadership, conservation partnerships, and organizational development. We project an opening date of August 2026. Our model begins with academics. Students learn through rigorous standards-based teaching in both indoor and outdoor environments. Expectations stay consistent. The setting expands, but the rigor does not. Outdoor learning is structured, guided, and teacher-led. Students complete real academic work that deepens mastery. The purpose is not novelty. The purpose is relevance and retention. Our mission is to help Arkansas students achieve at high levels, think critically, and build confidence through intentional instruction paired with meaningful application. Students learn more deeply when concepts are experienced and applied. Outdoor learning increases engagement, strengthens comprehension, and supports long-term retention. Students see science, math, writing, and social studies come to life in real environments. In regards to an evidence of need, Arkansas data continues to show gaps in engagement, attendance, and academic persistence. Many students struggle not because they lack ability, but because learning feels disconnected from purpose. AOA responds through 4 research-supported elements: hands-on standards-based instruction that improves retention, culturally responsive teaching practices that affirm identity and strengthen relationships, a career-connected curriculum that links standards to real pathways in conservation, outdoor recreation, tourism, and public safety, and structured supports for belonging, including mentorship, project-based learning, and strong community partnerships. This model is built for high achievement, real engagement, and long-term success. In slides 5 and 6, we've included some ESSA scores from the last 2 years. So you'll see here in the first one, this is scores from the 23-24 school year from schools in the area that we are looking for potential students. At the time, we did not have a building location, but we knew the types of students that we wanted to introduce to our school. We have included percentages of races along with students that require special services. In slide 6, we did an updated one from the year 24-25. So currently we have a location that we're wanting to serve, and so the schools that we drew from were within a 5-mile radius of our location. AOA's experiential, outdoor-based instructional model is designed to provide a rigorous, supportive, and engaging alternative for students in an area where academic outcomes continue to lag. In slide 7, you'll see our academic plan. This blends a structured schedule with project-based learning. We will use a 4.5-day instructional week, double blocks for core subjects, and advisory periods focused on SEL, student success plans. Every lesson is standards aligned and supported through tools like STAR, Atlas, SSPs, capstone projects, and CTE competencies. Our philosophy is simple. Indoor time is explicit instruction. Outdoor time is applied learning. Students take what they learn inside and they'll bring it to life in the outside. In slide 8, we give a week in the life schedule. Monday through Thursday, students experience 4 structured double block classes. Fridays will be seminar days focused on reflection, goal setting, presentations, and leadership. Outdoor learning is strategically built into all 4 core subjects through planned rotations. Outdoor learning follows a consistent structure of modeling, guided practice, application, and assessment. Students will conduct investigations, record field notes, apply mathematics, and connect social studies content to real environments. Indoor learning days look like any high-performing school. Teachers deliver direct instruction, small group learning, targeted intervention, and laboratory science. Students will spend 2 instructional days outdoors and 3 indoors each week. This predictable rhythm strengthens retention and supports deep learning. In regards to indoor and outdoor learning integration, we know that outdoor work is not enrichment. It is part of the core academic sequence. Students gather data outdoors, then interpret, write, model, or discuss indoors. Every outdoor experience directly reinforces standards and contributes to measurable academic outcomes. In regards to fallback plans, we know that every instructional block includes 3 aligned lesson plans. There'll be an outdoor plan, there'll be the indoor continuation, and then we'll also have an indoor fallback plan depending on the weather. This ensures that weather, safety, or accessibility challenges never interrupt learning or create inconsistencies between student groups. In slide 10, we have our 3 CTE pathways that we would like to incorporate. That includes environmental science, outdoor tourism and recreation, and public safety health science. Each one has 2 H2 jobs connected to its pathway. As outdoor recreation and conservation CTE frameworks are approved, AOA will shift to those pathways to maintain full alignment with Arkansas's emerging outdoor workforce initiative. In slide 11, we have an example of our budget, projected budget. I've also included an updated version to that. So after we submitted our things, I talked to Nick Hill, and he had a concern about the one of the lines involving the lunch and the lunch revenue. So I went back and fixed that. Actually, I think that was it. I think that was the one thing that I switched around. So it might have changed our ending balance just a little bit, but that's adjusted in the monthly cash flows as well. Also within that, you see a projected 120 student if we're not able to reach the 300 that we want. But our financial model is conservative, it's sustainable. We operate with 5 to 10% reserves and benefit from a facility with no lease cost. Enrollment scales from 200 students to 700 over 5 years across grades 6 through 12. We'll pursue CSP grants, philanthropic partnerships, and maintain strict transparency through monthly reporting. In financial emergencies, we protect core instruction and safety first, using reassignment and cross-training before staffing reductions. Our model is built to remain stable and mission-aligned through growth. Slide 12, you'll see our cash flow chart, and like I said, you should have an updated one for the 300 student one and also one for the 120. I will also say within that budget, we did not include any grants. We didn't include our startup money. We are only basing our budget off of funding from the state and also a $500,000 bridge loan startup. Other than that, it's just based off the money that we would get for our kids. In slide 13, we have our facilities. We're currently looking to be at 1500 Riverfront Drive. This will be our permanent home, and it's centrally located along the Arkansas River Corridor with immediate access to Murray Park, Two Rivers Park, Nook Park, Alsop Park, and the wetlands downtown. You'll notice on the slide that all of those little red trees that are surrounding our location, those are all Little Rock parks that we'll be able to use through our partnership with Little Rock Parks and Rec. And so even though our building might be in an area that looks like a commercial area, we have access literally within a 5 to 10 mile radius of all of those parks. This location is unmatched in Arkansas for an outdoor-based public school. The facility includes flexible classrooms, science labs, movement spaces, ADA-compliant access, and adjacent green space for outdoor instruction. Safety and compliance meet all ADE standards. In slide 14, we discuss student services and special populations. We will use a multi-tiered system of support for academic, behavioral, and social emotional needs. Resource services, co-teaching, accommodations, and modifications are implemented consistently. AOA is designed for inclusion from the beginning. Universal design, culturally responsive practices, and planned accommodation ensure full participation in both indoor and outdoor settings. We will meet all requirements for special populations, including special education services, gifted supports, English language development, and Section 504 accommodations. Differentiation is planned across both instructional environments. In slide 15, you'll see our indoor versus outdoor planning. We intentionally design lessons so that students with mobility limitations, sensory needs, or other conditions can fully participate. Both environments maintain the same standards and assessment expectations. Every student with an IEP or 504 plan will also receive an outdoor appendix attached to that. This includes mobility supports, behavioral supports, medical plans, adaptive tools, safety considerations, and any needed staffing adjustments. This ensures that all students can participate safely and fully in outdoor instruction and that equity remains a central priority. In slide 16, we have equity supports for the homeless, foster care, and low-income students. All of our gear, meals, hydration supplies, and field materials will be provided at no cost by AOA. Students in transition receive mentoring, clothing, hygiene supplies, and additional resources under McKinney-Vento. This eliminates barriers to participation and ensures equitable access. In slide 17, we begin talking about safety. We know that this is a non-negotiable. Safety for us will be foundational. Outdoor days begin with readiness procedures that include communication checks, site condition reviews, and student readiness confirmations. Our safety standard operating procedure outlines weather monitoring, hydration protocols, communication steps, emergency response, and supervision expectations. It functions as a detailed operational guide for safe instruction. Within that SOP, it's pretty intense. It's about 200 pages, and we provided that to the Department of Education as well. Every staff member at AOA will be trained in wilderness first aid and CPR. Every outdoor instructional day has a designated wilderness first responder on site. This person oversees medical decision-making and response until emergency services arrive. This approach exceeds national standards for outdoor education programs and gives families confidence that students are cared for by trained professionals. In slide 18, we discussed just a few of those examples that might be included within the SOP. One example could be strangers, custody issues, or medical protocols. With us, outdoor safety demands clarity. We'll have tier responses for stranger contact, custody conflicts, and medical emergencies. Communications protocols ensure families receive immediate notification and full documentation. We also have examples of elopement and wildlife safety. So students at risk for elopement will have individual safety plans, and it depends on maybe their history of elopement. And at the highest level, we could use GPS or badge tracking with parent permission. Wildlife procedures include identification training, safety zones, and staff-carried medical kits. In slide 19, we discuss risk management, crisis response, and auditing. AOA will conduct quarterly safety dashboards, monthly audits, and annual external reviews with Little Rock PD, MIMS, and Arkansas Game and Fish. Safety will continuously be monitored, evaluated, and improved. In slide 20, we also discuss some outdoor safety drills. So just like in the indoors where we'll be doing tornado drills, we'll be doing active shooter drills, we'll be doing lockdown drills, we'll also incorporate those within the outdoors as well. So within that, they'll be practiced in every outdoor learning environment. This will go beyond traditional school safety expectations and will demonstrate the thoroughness of our model. In slide 21, we discuss school climate and culture and what we call GRIT. GRIT stands for growth, resilience, integrity, and teamwork. Our culture is structured and supportive. We will use PBIS, MTSS, restorative practices, and trauma-informed strategies to build a consistent, calm environment. Outdoor learning naturally supports regulation, teamwork, and problem solving. In regards to family engagement, we prioritize transparency and partnership through weekly communication, community events, family adventure days, and advisory councils. Families that we have talked to have asked for this model, and they will stay engaged because it will be meaningful to them. Also within that, we have our community interest and feedback. Through the events that we have been a part of over the last couple months, and we also had events at libraries around the area where our school will be located. We've had more than 275 interested families that have signed up, and potentially 240 students who have completed the interest forms. This level of demand prior to opening demonstrates a clear need and strong community support. And I will tell you that there was an update because we also just took place in the chili fights in the Heights, and so we were able to cook chili for the community and talk to them. And so currently we're up to 403 families that are interested in our school and potentially 256 students. And I think that speaks for the fact that we do not yet have our charter and we haven't started yet, and we have an interest in the community that sees what we're doing is important. In slide 23, we talk about our organizational plan and our leadership structure. Our governance structure aligns with Arkansas law. The board provides oversight, the director of schools manages operations, the principal oversees instruction, and outdoor safety coordinator leads risk management protocols. In the next slide, you'll see our actual organizational chart that has the kind of hierarchy that we have. And with that, every staff member knows who they'll report to, and every department has accountability structures aligned to leads and to tests. Our governance transition plan, we are fully compliant with Arkansas governance requirements. The founders are currently serving on the board, but as they move into paid roles, they will slide off. We currently have 2 advisory members that will transition into board seats, and we'll also add legal and financial experts to complete the governing board. AOA is governed by an independent board with clearly defined roles. We will follow all requirements for open meetings, public documentation, conflict of interest filings, and compliance with the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. Transparent governance supports accountability and public trust. In slides 26 and 27, we talk about our partnerships and potential ones. Currently, we're in the process of MOUs with Arkansas Heritage and Tourism and with the Little Rock Parks and Recreation to support our curriculum, internships, stewardship projects, and student research. These are high-quality partnerships unique for a school not yet open. We also are partnered with Roundtable Funding who will support long-term sustainability with our charter school and also helping us with financial acquisition. These partnerships show confidence, credibility, and broad community interest investment in AOA. Our potential partnerships that we're looking to develop will include forest and natural resource industries, hunting and wildlife, outdoor recreation, community organizations, higher education institutions, and philanthropy and sustainable partners. In regards to transportation, we've developed a two-phase transportation plan to eliminate barriers. Phase 1 supports voluntary carpooling. Phase 2 uses bus routes focused on high-need neighborhoods. Both contracted and in-house options are financially viable and compliant. Our technology plan is a layered technology system that includes ratios, GPS beacons, satellite communication, adaptive tools, digital dashboards, and indoor research tools.
You're at time, but I'll give you a few minutes to wrap up, and then if there's other things you want to cover as we have questions, I'm sure we'll be able to.
I swear, I have one more slide.
Okay.
With counseling and SSPs, our counseling program includes SSPs beginning in 8th grade, trauma-informed services, college partnerships, internships, and SEL integration. This will ensure every student has a plan for graduation and beyond. We'll follow our enrollment lottery policy, just like the state requires, using Section 623-306. And then I will say in closing that the Arkansas Outdoor Academy is a serious academic model built on strong instruction, strong systems, and strong safety. We're prepared to open a school that delivers high achievement, clear structure, and real pathways for Arkansas students. Every lesson is planned, every procedure is defined, every student is supported, and every public dollar is managed with the stewardship that you will expect. We're ready to do the work, we're prepared to open responsibly, and we're committed to serving the students and families of Arkansas with excellence. On behalf of our founding team, thank you for your time and for your commitment to high-quality public schools. We look forward to earning your confidence and opening the Arkansas Outdoor Academy.
Thank you. I think legal just stepped out, and so we would need them to come forward before we can move forward.
Hi, Julia Ernie, AD. I apologize. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so with that, again, thank you for your presentation. So we'll open it up to questions from the panel. Okay, and I will start with Ms. Stewart.
Okay, good morning. Thank you all so much for such a thorough, terrific presentation, and do appreciate you addressing some specific things that you probably knew we'd have questions about. So thank you for that. I had just a couple of questions. You touched on recruitment of students, and I do appreciate you all breaking out the budget, because that was a concern from 300 to, and now you've got a 120 number as well. When you're talking about things, I noticed that you had talked about serving rural and underserved students. So can you talk a little bit about how you're going to bring those groups to the table as well? I think some of your current recruitment efforts are fantastic. The numbers speak for themselves. But I wonder about, those specific populations.
Chris Horton, Director of Schools. I believe it was actually supposed to say urban on there. I mean, we would love rural kids as well, but I know that the environment and the area that we're serving, that it will be primarily underserved and urban kids. And so to answer that, I'll say it'll be a lot of us not just educating the community more, but educating the parents. So when we are talking to them more about our plan and what we want to accomplish, it's kind of letting them know how important this is. And so I'll use some of the kids that I've taught as an example. A lot of the kids that I currently serve are those same types of kids. And they really, to them, outdoors is going in the backyard. It's not doing these things and getting out into the little parks. And I think that's just because They haven't experienced it, they haven't seen it. And so those specific kids, we've created an indoor climbing league that we have been having them come to. Through that, we've been able to get them to the parks and get them to do some outdoor climbing as well. And so they went from scared to nervous to apprehensive to loving it and thriving. And so we're showing them not just the outdoors and hopefully connecting them to things that Governor Sanders is looking to accomplish in the next few years, but also we're giving them those durable skills. And so with that, we're teaching them how to fail and to keep going. We're teaching them how to build social skills with one another, because a lot of this stuff that we're going to do is going to be group activities. It's not just them by themselves. And so they've got to learn to build those things. And through the colleges that we have talked to, they have said similar things, where they're getting kids who they're getting into these outdoor pathways in college, but when they come away from it, they don't necessarily have those durable skills because they haven't learned them. And so, long answer short, I would just say it's really going to be us doing a good job of, within the marketing, of being able to educate them about what the state has to offer.
Well, that's super helpful to talk about what you're already doing, bringing folks to the table, so that really helps kind of underscore that. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And, I have to say, I do love this idea as the natural state. This is where we hang our hat, and I'm the mom of 2 boys and the wife of all 3 boys. I'm going to throw my husband in that along. They are outdoor enthusiasts. Like crazy time. So having young people have this opportunity to get engaged with, really the heart of our state and what we hold dear is super exciting.
Yes, ma'am.
So that, all of that said, thinking through staffing a little bit, because as we know, even staffing any school can be a challenge. Thinking about the extra things that might be required of teachers. I'm thinking about myself as an educator. I couldn't do a climbing wall. So, those types of specific skills that educators might need in addition to all of those pieces of teacher licensure, just if you could speak to that.
I can address that, and then Hallie might be able to piggyback off
Yep.
of that. So with our staff that we're looking to incorporate, they will all be certified within the state as teachers. They will have experience with curriculum. They will have experience with Arkansas standards and developing lesson plans as well. But on top of that, within our PD, we'll include wilderness first aid training, CPR training. Through the AEEA, they have something it's a professional development for outdoor educators. We'll require all of our teachers to go through that as well. And then we will be having an outdoor safety coordinator. He is wilderness first responder trained. And then we will also require all of our admin to be wilderness first responders as well. That way, we will have multiple people on site if anything were to occur.
Okay.
Do you want to piggyback off that?
Hello, Hallie Hughes. I'll be the principal at Arkansas Outdoor Academy. That's a very good question. We feel like teachers are already experienced burnout and overburden, right? How do we take care of that when we know we're putting some different things on their plate? Maybe not more, but different. Chris mentioned professional development. That's going to be the cornerstone of making sure our teachers are prepared. And that won't necessarily be traditional professional development. That could be that, or will be that wilderness first aid, where they will have more knowledge in first aid response at that point than any other public school in the state. We will be setting a new standard for how teachers can respond to things out in nature, but also in the classroom. And then just support. So the schedule that we will have is that 4.5-day week. There will be A Fridays and then B Fridays. And our plan is we will emphasize or focus on math and science on one Friday, then English and the humanities and social studies on the next. Our staff will have those as a rotation off-campus day. So staff that is not on the focus, so math and science, so that English, That staff will have that day off campus. So if that's to prepare lesson plans, some self-care, whatever they need to do, they will be off campus on those Fridays that are not their rotation Friday. So if I'm a math teacher and I'm on the A Friday, just giving an example, on the B Friday, I will be working from home.
Okay. And I noticed you've got the, and I promise I'm gonna just do one more question. Just share.
Sharon add something to that real quick.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Musical chairs.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry for musical chairing. Hello, Sharon Bennett, Arkansas Outdoor Academy Board President Presumptive. So I just wanted to answer your question. What I heard when you were saying is that how can a teacher be expected to be a climbing wall instructor and possibly lead bike rides and implement all of these things that are required of outdoor recreation? And I think the answer is that not every teacher will be required to have those elements, right? There will be people like, you know, the outdoor safety coordinator also will serve as a recreation leader in those instances. And so they're a person who is trained in climbing wall instruction. They're a person who is trained in those recreational elements. If a teacher wants to incorporate those recreational elements within their lessons in the outdoor space, I think that's great, and it's based on their comfort level in delivering that, right? So not, just to answer that, they are not required to go down all of these individual pathways to get these accreditations and knowledge.
That's super helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's very, very helpful. So along staffing lines, and then I'll hand it over. I noticed, which I appreciate your reflection on special education and what that would look like, because that was a concern initially. And you did address it from the perspective of guaranteeing, you know, all-terrain wheelchairs, you know, variety of accommodations. How will that work? If you could just kind of explain how that would work, and then, you know, we've got a 1 to 10 staffing for low-risk activities outside, which is terrific. Will that number of students decrease if it's, you know, around someone that might need some additional accommodations?
I'm sorry, I'm short. Lydia Shelton, I'll be the Student Services Coordinator. So with special education, within the classroom, it's going to look the exact same. We're going to apply accommodations. We're going to give that student what they need. Outdoors, yes, we want to just continue the application of accommodations of everything they need. Wheelchair example, maybe we go 1-to-1. Maybe we have check our services. Are they physically able for that student to go? Every student, obviously, we're going to have to look at individually. What do they need? And we will supply it. And it may look completely different. It will just be individualized. We will follow their IEPs. We will have our outdoor addendum to match what they need. And so honestly, every single student, what they need, we will give because they deserve that education.
And so will you have special education staff for this, obviously the educational portion inside?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then did you say a coordinator or director of
yes,
special education that they want to oversee all
yes,
of that?
ma'am. We will follow the inclusion setting, push-ins, pull-outs if needed, all of that. Okay. So yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Dr. Bacon?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, and I definitely appreciate the detail that you all have provided. I don't think I've ever seen someone put together this much detail for an application, so thank you for all the time you've put into this. I know you started by saying we don't need another school with a great idea. I would say this is a phenomenal idea, and so I appreciate that. I would say we also don't need another school that struggles with enrollment and financial issues. So for me, the biggest pieces are, you know, how we can be sure that this school is going to have enough student capacity to make the financial side work. So I would love to hear more. I think I wrote down a number, the highest number, 256 potential students of interest. Sort of go more into detail on me. What does that mean? Does that mean that you met them and they gave you their information as possible contact? Does that mean they seriously, you just sort of walk me through so we can sort of wrap our brains around what the potential is for actual student enrollment, and then sort of what you've done to date that has built that possible interest pool.
Chris Horton, Director of Schools. So what at every event we went to, which to this point we were at Main Street Food Truck Festival. We've been to the, it's called the Rojo, Vestido de Rojo, which was the Spanish community mothers. There was like 400 mothers that were there to talk to them and their kids. We have been to Chili Fights in the Heights. We've been to 4 different public libraries around the area. We've also, I'm trying to remember, we've honestly, we've done 4 or 5 specific things that we have tried to, Day of the Dead at Plaza de Frida, Fiesta de Independencia at Plaza de Frida. And so within that, what we did was we had an interest form, and the kids that we listed are all potential 6th through 9th grade next year. So the way that we would like to start is 6th through 9th grade year 1, and then add 10th grade the next year, 11th, and then 12th. And so we anticipate to be in that 500 to 600 range by the time we get to year 4. So those kids, those were actually specific kids. We also had others that were elementary age and siblings, and so that's kind of, we've been working with that as well. So through those events, it wasn't just talking to the parents, but we talked to them, and then the ones that wanted to go a little bit further, they're the ones that gave us their emails. They're the ones that answered our questions from our sheet as well.
Okay. Do you have any sense on that group where they are now? Traditional, public, charter, private, homeschool?
Most of the ones that were interested were either public school or public charter school. It's weird because a lot of the kids that we talked to, that they're like, oh, we're in a private school. We'd love for them to offer that, which has also kind of helped us in the summers. We want to be able, and it was a parent that told us this. It was a great idea. They said, we wish you had something like this in the summers that we could go to. And so what we're going to start thinking about is a summer program that pulls from these things that we're going to do throughout a school year and introduce it to those kids and let them see what a day in the life would be through the summer. So not only are we giving them an opportunity to do something in the summer, but also potentially draw from those kids. And so most of them were that didn't want to sway were those private school kids, but there's probably maybe 10 of them that were around the area.
With the location you've chosen, and I appreciate you hit on transportation. I know we were running short on time. Talk to me about the transportation plan and these options that you have, and how you're going to get this underserved population to sort of, not an underserved part of Little Rock, I would say, in terms of the residents there.
Right.
Just talk to me about how you're going to get people there and convince them that they need to make that commitment.
So we would offer normal drop-off, just like any school would if they were able to. But what I've noticed with a lot of charter schools is that they don't offer bus routes. And so some kids that want to come to a charter school are not able to get there. And so the carpooling route would be one that we would talk about, but within the bus route we're looking at an option for 2 buses, 2 bus routes, one that would go towards the North Little Rock side and one that would go to the Little Rock side. And within that, I think in the application we included those bus routes as well, but it would be, instead of a door-to-door drop-off, it would be maybe 5 or 6 pickup drop-offs within that area. And I think it was like a 12-mile radius on both sides. So that way it just gives them another option to be able to get to our school if they wanted to. And I'm not going to talk to it, but within our MOUs, we're working on something as well that could really benefit us with that. Can I talk on it? Okay. I just don't want any privacy things. But so one of the things that we're working with Little Rock Parks and Rec right now is also incorporating the community centers. And so essentially that route might change. It might end up being 3, 4, 5 community centers that are around our school. And then we'll still keep the North Little Rock side the same, where we have our 5 to 6 drop-offs. And what that would hopefully do is, if they are able to create their after-school programs that they're looking to do right now. We'd also be able to give those kids access to that after school. So in case parents are not happy with them walking from a community center to their house, then they could still drop off, be a part of the community center, and then also be a part of building that program that they're wanting to put in.
And I know, I appreciate that you all have two budgets. You have the 300, sort of the dream, and then you did
That's
the
the dream.
120, which is, I guess, about half of the families or students that you have expressed some serious interest. So I think that's a good way to go. Tell me what looks different in your school, support-wise, staff-wise, program-wise, with 120 in year one than what you would have if you were at 300.
So our 120 budget, we were able to pretty much stay the same as far as services and as far as the other things go. It would be more of our staff would change. We also have a potential budget for 80 to 85, and to us, that would be bare minimum that we could probably be able to serve. And in that instance, some of the services, standards and education services, special services would all stay the same. That wouldn't change, but we might go more towards a cohort route. Our staffing would be reduced. We might have one admin instead of 3. So really, it's the only things that would really change as far as the school goes is probably maybe special services, or not special services, professional services, sorry. So that might change a little bit. It's really just gonna be more of a staffing thing. We still want to keep everything educationally and safety-wise the same.
And if you had 120 or 75, it sounds like as sort of a fallback, you would feel good about being able to provide not just the special stuff, but the core tier 1 instruction that everybody needs to provide to,
Yes, sir.
to meet the Atlas.
But because to us, the education would stay the same. So any public charter school that opens, that might open with low enrollment, the educational side, the alignment side, all of that stays the same. The only thing that might change is just how we offer it outdoors. That would be it. But they would still get the same experience, and they would still have a safe experience as well.
The last thing I had, just sort of thinking about curriculum, and I know you all have done this, but I would just love to hear, so today is a rainy day that you're not gonna be outside, so specifically, how does that shift on a cold, rainy, because there are gonna be a lot of those, a lot of cold days in the winter that you're not gonna be able to go outside. So just sort of talk to me specific of a shift of how curriculum really shifts on our outdoor day is a pouring down rain day. I'm just
Is
curious.
that you or is that Teal? You got it?
Hi, Sharon Bennett, Arkansas Outdoor Academy Board President Presumptive. So we do have within our model, one of the first things that I want to say is that often there is a kind of a misconception, right? That if there's rain, things of that nature, that outdoor instruction can't happen. It actually can. And it adds a different element to the experience. Obviously, within safety protocols, we're not going to take children out into the pouring cold rain because we all know what a wonderful experience that would be for all of us. So with that, there are additional things that we have to look at. You know, Arkansas is a very temperate state. We do have some hot starting days in August. We do have a monsoon season. So we have strict protocols in which there are triggers for indoor instruction, right? And those calls are made by the superintendent and the safety officer. In particular, what we look at, just thinking ahead and how we're structuring things, if we're delivering outdoor instruction in the morning and there is a heat trigger for the afternoon, we would then shift that indoors into our indoor learning labs where we would offer kind of a same quality assignment, right? We would shift the same principles, the same hands-on. We would just bring that indoors, and that could be through pre-collected samples, right? It might be students building, for example, maybe like just a runoff system with materials, right? And testing how that looks and charting that. So we'll leverage our indoor learning labs.
Well, I would say that with the detail and thought you all put into it, I have no doubt that you would be able to accomplish.
Yeah, the key is that we are still delivering the hands-on experience and the light quality instruction.
Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you. So yes, very, very innovative. Probably one of the more interesting proposals I've seen sitting on this panel. And I guess my first question was, who came up with the idea And is there an example out there nationally that you all are following, or is this something that's unique to Arkansas?
I'll start with the personal level, and then I'll let Sharon finish with the other part. Chris Horton, Director of Schools. So it's crazy that we came up with this. We've looked across the country, and there are schools that offer programs similar. There are private schools and boarding schools that are doing things similar, but there is not a school that we have found in the country that is doing anything like this. And so that is, to answer, or to kind of piggyback off what you said, that is why it's been so detailed, because we want to make sure that we're hitting everything and being overly prepared for everything that could happen, since this is innovative and it is brand new. And so I will say that I have a passion for the outdoors that's developed over the last 5 years, and what I have seen it benefit me emotionally and mentally. And so wanting to bring that to the kids and see is it just me or is it someone else? And so being able to introduce just a small portion of it to the kids that I serve currently, it has just done wonders. And it's things that make them not just enjoy it in the moment, but I have already seen some that are saying they're going to be lifelong outdoors people just because of it. And so when we worked on this, honestly, it's been about 2 years that we have been working on this. It was before Governor Sanders had even brought forth her initiative. And so when she did that, it almost, for us, just reaffirmed what we were wanting to do, because it showed that it brought meaning to it, and it showed that what we're wanting to do is important. So I would say that it has been a brainchild of us four. And I will say that I know that Sharon can detail some things that are happening a little bit different, but go ahead.
Sharon Bennett, Arkansas Outdoor Academy Board President Presumptive. So my journey is a little bit different in meeting these folks and coming together for this. So for the last decade, I've served in outdoor leadership here in Arkansas, in the climbing community and in the ultra running community. I'm race director for one of the largest outdoor ultra races here in Arkansas, one of the oldest. It sees approximately 400 to 500 people every year running. And so it is seeing that joy of connecting adults to recreation. And I'm also the state director for the American Scholastic Climbing League of Arkansas, which Chris mentioned, that connects middle school and high school kids to climbing and lead climbing excursions for kids outdoors. And it's seeing that meaningful connection. So within all of that, I've had the opportunity in bringing recreation forward with city individuals such as Big Rock Quarry's new climbing area with the city of North Little Rock, as one of probably my more recent projects, and working with the Office of Outdoor Recreation and working with the First Gentleman and a lot of those entities, and just knowing kind of where this was coming, I started preparing a CTE program about 2.5 years ago. I met with various states in regards to what they're doing in the CTE space for outdoor education, conservation, and recreation. I met with CAST, which is a designer of universal learning constructs and implementing CTE programs. Their latest would be New Hampshire. I studied that model very clearly, and I produced one for the state of Arkansas, which I then donated to the Arkansas Game and Fish and the Arkansas Department of Education, and it's currently being used as part of that process. So I also, too, though, like Chris, believe in what that connection provides in the outdoors. And so Chris and I met through the Climbing League, and we just started talking about these ideas and how important and pivotal it is to really find a way to connect kids to the outdoors, to make them realize career opportunities that might never have been, something they thought of in previous. And really just hopefully connecting them with something that they find a passion for in life. And so I think that's kind of the start of the journey, and it's been really exciting. So
so thank you for that. I was really curious whether there was someone somewhere that did this. So you are kind of inventing this as you go. And I'm a big believer in outdoor activities for kids. I've got 2 sons that went through Boy Scouts, that are Eagle Scouts, that did a lot of this, and they ended up becoming the people they are because of that outdoor experience. So and I saw your map that you're looking at city parks around Little Rock. Talk to us a little bit about that and then maybe help us understand what kind of climbing, because there's a lot of different kinds, and when you're talking, I'm thinking sure face rock,
Yes.
and then I'm thinking, sixth graders or, going up and down. So talk to us about that and what you would do in the city parks, and would you ever transition to like a Pinnacle Mountain Park?
Yep.
Or a Buffalo River? I mean,
Sure.
talk to us about the different difficulties.
Yep.
And then also how you manage, you're going to have grades 6 through 12, so there's a big difference between a sixth grader and a senior. And so how you're going to manage the different, physical capabilities of the kids in all this.
Absolutely. So I'll start with some of this, and then maybe, Chris, who do you think for the later managing? I can probably speak to some of that. So to answer your question, we are currently, there's a couple of things that we're doing as part of this MOU process with Little Rock Parks and Recreation and state parks. Part of that process is going through and designating instruction areas and backup instruction areas in each of these areas. Now that's kind of crucial so we can set our boundaries for classroom management. This will be clearly outlined before we get on site. Teachers will know where to go. They'll be able to instruct the students where to go. We will have those areas coned off and kind of explicitly laid out. So that's one of the things. The other thing is we're going through there is we're looking at each park individually and the type of lesson and instruction we can deliver there. The presidential wetlands obviously will have a different biome and different, things and activities that we can do there with water sampling, aquatic wildlife observations, things of that nature. Whereas like another park, like if you're thinking about Alsop, it may be more like nature journaling and learning about erosion on trails and, applying principles like that. So I would just say that that's something that we are currently working through with our MOUs, which sites deliver the best. So in terms of areas like Rattlesnake Ridge, which is owned by the Nature Conservancy, great, wonderful place here in Arkansas, love that area. Pinnacle, Lake Sylvia Recreation Area, those would be not kind of weekly trips, but those would be trips, just solely based on the distance it is to get to those places. Those would be just more like when we have like a different type of learning element that we have, we will plan those. Those will be all days affairs with like a specific task that we're trying to accomplish there. So if you want to talk about the safety in classroom management or. Yeah, no, please do.
Chris Horton, AOA, Director of Schools. And I would just say that as far as the answer to your question about the age, everything we do is going to be scaffolded and age appropriate to whatever they're able to handle. And so that could essentially, like Sharon said, those core 5 parks that are around us, those are the ones that we would potentially stick with just because they will help us make sure we get our instruction time, make sure we're not deviating from anything along those lines. But then, like she said, if we go to Rattlesnake Ridge or we go to Lake Sylvia, those are things that it might be more of a day trip. It might be more, we're still educating, but it'd be more like a field trip type thing. But as far as like what children can do, like everything we have within our SOP, we'll make sure that it sticks to what they're capable of. And we can do accommodations for everyone. It's not just going to be special services. So if it's just a normal child that might, or a child that doesn't need special services and they can't handle something, I wouldn't mind them trying it. But at the same time, you're going to learn from the failure, but nothing dangerous. Safety's our number one.
I figured you would answer that like that, so that's good. And my final question would be, in looking at your budget.
Yes, sir.
And I guess we have the revised budget that shows 120 students. Is that like a break-even budget, more or less?
I don't think it's
you're going to have 300, but
I think if we were calling it a breaking budget, I think the 80 to 85 is probably where we would still be able to break even, but it's going to change the way that our staffing would go tremendously. But the 120, we could still comfortably we could not just survive, but we would, as you could see, we'd still have a good ending balance with the 120 kids, and that can be adjusted depending on if we need to add more special services, or like transportation might be a little bit different than what we've listed, but it gives us wiggle room.
In year zero, you guys, in the 120 student example, you're showing $500,000 of other funding, and then in the other handout we had where you have the 300, you show 300,000 in other funding. So what is that, and who is that? Is that
So for the 300, that 300,000 would be a bridge loan that we would acquire, and so initially that would help us with just startup, and so that would help us with maybe some staffing in the beginning, but also help us with technology, professional services, transportation, that type of thing. And we did adjust that to 500,000 just because of the lower number of kids.
Is that a credit facility that you currently have a commitment on, or is that just something that you think you can get?
So talking with Roundtable, our funders, they said that that's something that we could get, and they're going to help us with that. I have been in talks with a couple banks as well, but it's I mean, as you know, it's hard to get money from someone when you don't have a charter. So that's one of those things that, like, once we have an idea on that, then we can start pursuing that.
Yeah, and I'm a banker, so I understand that. Is the money philanthropic? Is it a philanthropic organization?
Roundtable.
Yes.
So Roundtable, once we acquire our funds through them, we will have to give them, I believe it's a 1.5% back off of those funds, but it doesn't affect the money that we get. It's just kind of off the top.
Okay.
And that was one thing I wanted to make sure of, because I mean, y'all know how charters work, and so there is a good chance that we'll be able to get grants and be able to get some philanthropic money, but I did not want to include that because I didn't want it to look like a pipe dream. I wanted it to be as realistic as we could.
Okay. So then in the budget you have a line item called facilities building. So is this something that you are going to anticipate renting space or building space? Talk to us a little bit about that.
So what's great about Roundtable is not only do they help with the startup of a charter school, and especially with the financial side, like back office support and other things of that nature, but they also, their primary thing is facilities. And so what we have someone right now, and same thing, they're waiting on charter approval, but we have a building that we have signed. It would be to own. It would not be to lease or to rent. And so at that point, once we get our money, that will also let us be able to start in hopefully January, possibly middle of January, to start renovating and get it ready for the school.
So that's why you have the debt service coverage ratio, is you're going to borrow money
and be paying that
buy a
back.
building.
Yes, sir. And that's why year 3 looks pretty lean. That's because by year 3 we're hoping to finish out the renovation. So the building that we got is 52,000 square feet. We want to be able to keep all of our classrooms on the first floor, maybe some admin offices on the second. What has hurt us recently is we know we're going to have a storm shelter now, and so that is something that we're working towards putting in. And so that will also give us, we were going to do, I believe it was 3 classrooms on the second floor, but now we're going to put those more, we've been able to kind of push it out where we can use the storm shelter multi-purpose room. And then by year 3, we would hope to finish out the second floor. And so that's why you see our facilities went up so high.
Okay, so the facilities expense of $850,000 in year 3 would be debt service, it would be utilities, it would be basically everything, or is there?
It would be more renovations and more debt service, yes, sir. As far as the utilities go, that's kind of a separate line, so.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking for that somewhere in here. I just wanted to make sure you had captured all your cost of owning the building, because it's always, you want to do that.
And that's where we're so thankful for Roundtable. When they're based out of Utah, or they would be here today, and I thought they might be able to join us virtually, but I think they were a little busy. But what's great about them is they've helped us with the budget, they've helped us with the building itself, and so they've got that experience. And so
I would inquire with them, and I would get a detail of what's in that $850.
Yes, sir.
And part of what probably is not in there is the principal payback. It's probably just interest and some other things like that, and then a 1.01 debt service
Mhm.
ratio is kind of scary. So I would really work with them on that. I know that's a few years away,
Yes, sir.
but just some advice and counsel.
Thank you.
Okay? And then that's my end of my question.
Yeah, it's in the, well, yeah, I think it's in the year 1 monthly cash flow, but not in the year 3. We didn't do a monthly cash flow for year 2, year 3, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Good morning. I reiterate what my fellow board members said about thank you for this presentation and all the many details you provided, and it's very exciting to see. I work with the Division of Higher Ed, and I know outdoor recreation has been, just last month, we approved an associate, a technical certificate, and like 7 certificates of proficiency for National Park College related to outdoor
Yes.
recreation and tourism. So certainly a push throughout our state, and this is very novel, something very much new, well, apparently new to all of us. So trying to wrap my head around it. In the past, working with K-12 and working in mathematics and looking at project-based learning type schools, especially focused on STEM learning, which, this doesn't say STEM, but there's a lot of STEM learning in this.
Yes,
Inextricably, you can't disconnect STEM from this type of learning. But all that to say, I can see how it works very well in the earlier grades. It becomes a real challenge to be on grade level in the higher grades, especially in mathematics and science. And because there's not a curriculum necessarily developed for this, we have our list of HQIM that we have. Could you just tell me more about that? Because you outlined that you're going to align to Arkansas standards. You give some examples, even the examples of the curriculum. It's examples of students will know and be able to do these things. But if you're going to have to create this, because we've really moved away from teacher-created resources to high-quality instructional materials that have been vetted by the department here. Could you just speak more to that? Because I'm struggling to understand how logarithmic functions,
Yes, ma'am.
unit circle and trigonometric ratios will be taught
Yes, ma'am.
just on the fly, or how that's going to work.
Yeah. So we will be using, as far as for math, McGraw-Hill; for English, Savas, Pearson; for history and for science, we'll be using Imagine Learning, so I believe it's Twig and Traverse. And so essentially what we have kind of done is we have taken those HQIMs and we have applied standards and aligned standards, and then that's where Sharon has worked with being able to not just build the curriculum within that, but incorporating all the outdoor things to that HQIM. And I'll let her speak a little more to that, but then what I also kind of say is that Did you have something you want to piggyback and then I can come back? I'll think of it in a second. I had it and then I started talking about HQIMs. I didn't want to mess up the word.
Do you want your, yeah, I'll leave this here for later. Okay. All right, Sharon Bennett, Board Presumptive AOA. So I can talk to that a little bit more, and I can completely understand like your question, right? It's like, how do we continuously deliver this, right? And I think the first thing is that we start out with the standard and the high quality instruction material, right? Those are the things that we're always going to start with and contemplating a lesson. And so really it's looking at how we can deliver that, right? There's a couple of ways that we can do that. We're going to go with a templated approach where we can produce these templates of like these instructions that aligns to standards and tasks, and the teacher can select those. There'll be indoor, fallback, and of course the outdoor instruction. And so with that, just to speak to a little bit, it's always aligned. The outdoor activity for the week is connected to the indoor, right? And so really, it is learning that a principle, but then the indirect application in like a real world setting outside. And I hope that's answering a little bit of that. And so with that, I think we're looking, as we build that out, it is like, what are the perfect areas to deliver that? Is it measuring this? Even a climbing activity, for example, and just with, not every student would have to climb, but if you look at like applied force and a climb in the fall for that, calculating that from the distance of the fall, there are a lot of activities that you can really connect in that way to still make it meaningful, even no matter the grade level or experience level. And I hope that's a little bit of what
So a little bit, but like to your point, it's not like at any grade level. Like there are specific things that need to be taught once you're in 11th grade, 12th
Yes.
grade in those courses. So who is going to be the person looking at the high quality instructional material, even if you go with McGraw-Hill, that's going to look at that lesson and figure out what matching, because you're doing multidisciplinary lessons, I'm sure.
it will already be laid out for them through our templated approach. Go ahead. I'm taking your stuff.
No, you're fine. Yeah, Chris Horton, AOA Director of Schools. That's what I went blank on all of a sudden. So as far, because that was one thing we know that we're trying to get away from teacher creating those materials. And so the templates that we'll have in place, those things, it will give them an idea of how to incorporate the outdoor side to it. We don't want to make it where we're giving them everything. We want them to still have the lesson be their own. But we want to be able to help them as much as possible with the outdoor aspect of it. And so that could be giving them examples within math where it could be the fallback ratio of trees. I'm just giving that as an example, and then that'll incorporate within what their specific lesson was. But we want our teachers to be able to still create their lesson plans, but we don't want them to feel like they have to do everything. And so those templates that we'll create, they will all be aligned with the curriculum like McGraw-Hill, and then whatever the unit plan is, and then also aligned with the state standards. And so I think we included that in some things, definitely in our application, where we'll make sure that everything within, we've got, I believe, year-long pacing guides for some examples of it, and then we have a 9 weeks, a semester, a day, a week, that kind of thing, just to kind of give y'all kind of an idea of what we want to do. But like you said, this is brand new, and so this is something that we know that we're going to have to.
Right,
Sure,
and
all
right
that.
now I believe you have the 6 through 9 since that's where you're starting. And,
Yes, ma'am.
And my
And-
concern is sort of in the future when you add in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade to make sure that they're I can't talk today. Reaching that level of rigor is just a concern. So could you elaborate on who's creating the template then?
So currently it's most of us, yeah, we're working on it because where Sharon has the expertise in the outdoor and how to relate it back, Hallie and I and Teal also have experience with creating lesson plans and designing programs and that kind of thing. And so we're all kind of working hand in hand where she's like, Sharon will be like, I want to incorporate this, what will this align with? And so as we're creating it, we're plugging that stuff in. But Teal, did you have anything you want to add to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let her.
Thank you.
Teal Lovelady. I'll be serving as one of the assistant principals and kind of over the counseling program. But we will align anything that is along with the accreditations we need for our 11th through 12th grade as well. I know there's certain credits that they need to have for graduation, that kind of thing. So anything that we need to have for classes and added into the layout of their education, we will have. It'll just kind of incorporate in a different way within the outdoor setting. We also are going to have instructional coaches as well. So they're going to kind of be over making sure everybody's aligned in the right way. And so we'll make sure we have the right people in place for that, for each grade level and then also for each subject matter. So.
Okay, and I don't want to belabor it, and I know I am, but this is just was the big question for me as I looked at your application. And I think it's merited to just dig a little deeper. So, for example, if you're using a high quality instructional material, it has a lesson. The lesson is very thorough. I mean, it's like start to finish, everything in between, extra supplemental. To what extent will you be using that along with the activity that you're doing outdoors? And because typically we even like suggest following the same scope and sequence that that's already delivered in, and to do that alongside multiple content areas, that how are they going to match up with? I don't understand how the template's going to work, because you're not supposed to just pull random lessons. There's like coherent scope and sequence.
And so that's where we'll come into play when we are able to align those lessons with the high quality instructional materials. So using those programs that we plan on using, we're going to lay out, okay, what's next in this lesson here? Okay, how can we use you know, our outdoor day to incorporate within this lesson here. And so it's more so just the instructional coaches and us being able to support our staff, being able to incorporate those together.
So potentially the outdoor activity will be made to fit the HQIM,
Yes.
not the
Yes.
HQIM to
Yeah,
fit the
yes,
activity.
yes. So it's good, the incorporation of the two, yes.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
And then another question I had, some things say 50% will be instructional time outdoors, some say 50 to 70%. Could you just clarify?
It'll be 50%.
50%, so the two.
Yeah,
the
that needed to be adjusted, because 70% we realized, that's gonna be too much, we'll just stick to the 50, so that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you. And then could you speak a little more about opportunities for concurrent credit? It was limited mention of that in the application, and just wanting to know more about those opportunities for concurrent credit, not just for CTE pathways, but for gen ed, what that looks like.
Yeah, when we get to the grade levels that are gonna be able to do concurrent credits, we'll be able to work into that curriculum as well. So partnerships with higher ed is one of our goals. We have some coordination with them right now. And so that'll be part of that as for our 12th graders at least, to be able to incorporate that for concurrent credits.
So the latest legislation in Arkansas for concurrent credit allows the access to acceleration scholarship to cover up to 15 hours a semester starting in 9th grade. So I encourage you to do that sooner than later.
Okay.
12th grade is way too late,
Okay.
because we have students who will start taking concurrent credit much earlier
Okay.
than 12th grade.
Yes, ma'am.
And then along those same lines with higher ed partnerships, I'm wondering, and this is like crystal ball, what are your future plans? Like if everything goes wonderful, this opens just total success, do you look at having other locations across the state? Because I'm thinking about Northwest Arkansas Community College and their
Yes.
outdoor rec
Yes.
program, National Park College in Hot Springs, like where the actual places are that people are engaging in this outdoor
Yes, ma'am.
activity.
Chris Horton, AOA, Director of Schools. Yes, and that's from the very beginning. We've been reaching out to those colleges, and we're calling them potential partnerships, but we love Chuck at National Parks College, and the ones that we have that have expressed interest with us, they would be able to help us with aligning them to their pathways, and so that's one of those things that we want to be able to develop, is not just partnerships with them, but being able to do externships and being able to bring their kids in to help, or us send our kids to them once we graduate. But what we want for right now, to be completely honest, is we want to do this the right way here, because we know that it is a brand new concept and it's very innovative, and so we want to make sure that we're doing everything the right way, and if that takes 3 to 5 years, then awesome. If it takes 10 years, awesome. But our end goal would be 5 schools, 1 in Central Arkansas, and then 4 on each corner of the state. We really want to be able to put 1 in the Delta, because we know that that's a need, and that's something that the state is really looking to build up in the outdoor scheme as well. But of course, Northwest Arkansas would be 1. But we would want to grow, but like I said, we want to make sure we're doing things here the right way first.
And final question, if this comes to fruition, how would I sign up to be a chaperone? sounds pretty fun.
We definitely had to put you through a background check. But as long as you pass that, we would love to have you.
Thank you. No more questions at this time.
Okay, very good. Dr. Richards, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So this is so exciting, and I'll just say a little bit more about what I mean by that. I was a part of a team in 2019, pre-2020, and all that happened then, from North and North Central Arkansas. After hearing from students and businesses and tourism leaders who were interested in something like this. I'll say it's reminiscent. This is much more comprehensive and coherent than we ever got. A part of that team, we learned about the importance of informed risk-taking on brain development.
Yes.
We got deeper into the importance on those social and emotional skills for kiddos, particularly the perseverance. And then you all have already mentioned the importance of transfer, and experiential learning, when transferred well into the classroom, really supports mastery.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not so much as a question as a consideration. although I've lost touch with that team, I'm hopeful that I may be able to drum up some of those names and connections and offer those to you all.
Yes, ma'am, that'd be amazing. We'd love
Great.
that.
Okay, thank you. I will definitely do that. The second is more of a consideration, and it's a bit of the crystal ball consideration. I'm thinking about kiddos in Central Arkansas. Word is going to spread when you all are successful. Kiddos who may want to be involved in some of these outdoor activities, but they're not quite ready to take the leap to enrolling in the academic model. What might be some ways you could engage them and help them and their families learn about this model?
Well, I know that especially with the community that we want to be able to have these days or weekends where we involve the community to come in and just kind of celebrate what we're doing, but also at the same time be able to show others like things that we would be incorporating in what we want to do. And I kind of touched on a little earlier, like my dream would be to, I mean, I'll just be completely honest with you, there's a piece of land that's in Little Rock that we wanted from the very beginning that has everything that we would need for those experiential learnings. And if we were able to get that, we would love to be able to do summer camps where you're getting to go and experience all those great recreational things, but we're also incorporating the stuff that you're going to see in our school. And so they're going to get a taste of a little bit of everything, and then hopefully go back and tell their parents, this was actually school. Like, we actually learned something. It wasn't just kayaking or climbing or whatever. It's like, it is actually educational. And so we're hoping that will kind of stir that interest.
Thank you. And so a consideration in that, that's great to hear. A consideration in that too might be to continue to consider how you might involve kids who don't want to leave a more traditional academic model, yet want to be involved. So summer camps, days, other schools that maybe have flexible schedules, just thinking innovatively about that.
Yeah, and we're hoping with our partnerships with Little Rock Parks and Rec that we're going to be able to not just serve the kids from our school, but we want to be good stewards to the city as well. And so I believe that that's where you can also offer those extracurricular things or those different after-school programs or summer programs where you can involve these kids that go to other schools.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
No further questions.
All right. Well, again, thank you for your presentation. It always does my heart good to see CTE-focused charter schools. And so, again, echoing my charter members that appreciate the thoughtful process that you went through to come up with your application and the idea. It was definitely came through in the wording of your application and what you included in there. I do have a couple of questions just for clarification so I can get a better understanding of the implementation of this model. So I believe it was on slide 10, and I don't know if you can pull that back up. Would that help you, or if you look back at that one? So on slide 10, and then if I compare it to what's in your application on page 29, which is the list of pathways that you're planning to offer, trying to figure out exactly which ones you're wanting to, because it looks like that you're wanting to start off with a minimum of 3 with an addition of the other pathway, keeping in mind that the outdoor rec and conservation pathway is still being written at this point, and we're only creating level 1, so we're very early stages on that.
Yeah.
But just trying to get a better sense of which pathways are you wanting to include in your school.
So Sharon Bennett, Board Presumptive President, AOA. So just to speak that a little bit further, I know in the application there was a lot of different materials presented CTE-wise. I think they even included my CTE program that I created originally with a lot of industry recognized credentials that necessarily don't line up to the current CTE pathways. Mm-hmm. But just to clarify that this slide is the correct one. Okay. Those are the pathways and clusters that we're planning to align to. Now, I do understand what you're saying, and I'm part of that CTE committee along with Dr. Moore for outdoor recreation and conservation, so I do serve on that committee. So I know that progress there. So yes, so when it becomes relevant and the time for us to adopt those, we will. We know some of these items will roll actually into those programs, or there will be overlap with those CTE pathways. But the ones on these slides, these are the ones we are connecting to.
Okay, and so thinking back to the teachers that are going to be teaching those courses, what is your plan to make sure that you have the appropriate teachers teaching the pathway appropriately with the appropriate credentials in that system?
Teal, do you want to talk to that a little bit, or, I mean, essentially, we're going to be looking for different ways to implement it, right? That could be bringing in industry partners, right, who have teachers involved, like Arkansas Game and Fish. They do have, educators that are involved with that. It could be, employing our own. We do have several people who've reached out to us that have worked in CTE certification programs and taught CTE courses that want to be a part of the school. So it is looking in those spaces to recruit them.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is that you're going to target CTE teachers to teach the appropriate pathways.
Yes.
Okay. And then when we look at going back a little bit, following up on Dr. Moore's question about concurrent credit. So outside of that opportunity, what other opportunities will students have for accelerated learning through these pathways in your model?
Teal, I think maybe you on that one. I'll let Teal come up here and answer that.
Teal Lovelady, I'll be the assistant principal and then also the incorporation of counseling program. So we're going to be involving internships, externships with our partnerships that we have. We'll have appropriate, just the partnerships in general that we're going to be making with the higher education. We haven't made MOUs with them yet, so we don't want to say anything along the lines of who we're going to be partnering with. And so we'll be able to have, appropriate, we got the Parks and Rec, and so we'll be able to do internships, externships with them as well, allowing them to be able to, essentially just partnerships in general is going to allow us to have more, I've gone blank. Do y'all want to speak on any more of that?
And so I guess maybe to help with that answer,
Yeah.
So as a student that's in the classroom that's, receiving instruction, what opportunities are going to be provided to them to have them have opportunities for accelerated learning through that process? So I understand and appreciate the work-based learning, which, definitely supports the pathway, allows students to be able to demonstrate what they're learning in the classroom.
Yeah.
It's great. But as they're going through the instruction, what opportunities will they have for accelerated learning that way?
Just additional certifications as well. And so as we get further into that incorporation of outdoors and the CTE programs that we're hoping to be a part of, we're going to be able to have students have certifications in different levels of, we can even do the CPR and then welder's first aid, and they're going to have, before they graduate, we're hoping that we'll be able to have the incorporation of that as well. But I'll let you guys speak on it. Yeah, sorry guys.
Hallie Hughes, principal. So, and to speak to that also, of course, we would like to. We've already kind of been thinking about how to create a robust, gifted, and talented program. So, through the GT program, industry credentials will be very important. So, that is also for, when we think of pathways and we think we'd like to have our pathways where there's kind of exit ramps. So, if that pathway is medical sciences, and maybe you go all the way from, the kind of idea, our student thinks they want to be a nurse, but we're able to give them CNA training and things like that. So if they take those off ramps, or if, like many of us in Arkansas, they have to work during school to pay for higher education, they have those abilities. Another one of those is our partnerships in higher ed for the dual concurrent, for the concurrent courses. We have spoken to quite a few institutions, and we would like that are using these same pathways and are bringing these same pathways to their institutions to be able to connect to them and do dual credit. So that might be virtual, that might be on-site for them. We're able to offer those dual credit courses, so they already have credits in those programs once they attend that school.
Okay. So a capstone project, what would that look like?
So a capstone project, okay. Well, one of the things that we have really kind of had fun with when we thought about it and we started thinking about this was trail design. And so What we would like to do and what we'd like to see, and we've already talked to even Little Rock Parks and Rec, is your seniors, your juniors may be designing mountain bike trails for different levels and different for different, maybe a beginner like me. If I'm going down one, I just need pavement. But we've got the ramps and we've got the side curves and all of those things, and that's math, that's science, right? And so they're creating that project and designing that trail. The cool part of that is what we would like to see is maybe our 10th and 9th graders are out there putting it together, right? So they're getting that hands-on part of it, but it's all student-led, student-driven, inside the classroom where we're designing and we're preparing, and then outdoors where they are putting it together. So that is an example of what a capstone project may look for an AOA junior or senior.
Your counseling plan. So I noticed in your waivers that you have requested a waiver for a licensed school counselor.
Yeah.
But on one of your slides, on your organizational chart, it showed school counselors.
Yeah.
So can you explain a little bit how that's going to work, that model, what that
Yeah.
support's going to look like for our students?
I'll let Teal speak to that. She's over that part.
Tia Lovelady. I will be assistant principal, then also the counseling program as well. So I am a licensed school counselor, professional school counselor. So I will be licensed, but within the additional student services, the student success plans that we'll be making, when we have additional staffing with counseling, that would be part of the role. So it wouldn't just be me, it'd be the other counselors that would be involved that may not have the full accreditations just yet, will be in that process.
So you're leading the team, and then you'll have a team
At
of
this point,
folks
yes.
that may not be a licensed counselor,
Yes.
but they'll be working under
Yes.
a licensed
Yes,
counselor
ma'am.
and
Mhm.
who's giving that support.
Yes, ma'am.
What about leadership opportunities for our students? What does that look like? Or leadership development opportunities for our students?
Yeah.
Hallie Hughes, principal. So that falls under a couple of things for us. Within our core values is grit, and that growth, resilience. I'm going to blank on the I. Integrity. That's not one to blank on. Integrity and teamwork. And so, I think I'll speak to unsupervised play for a minute and some research on unsupervised play. And you'll have to forgive me if I can't give the exact citation on that, but that's a good question. So, what we've seen with unsupervised play and with student interaction is when they're stuck behind maybe technology for so long, or they're not being able to, what am I looking for here? Kind of speak to each other and socialize, within the classroom, that they become, it's a lone wolf is kind of what you see that maybe schools are kind of creating, that kids that are able to focus on themselves and focus ahead, but they cannot work well with peers. And so I don't know, I think leadership and teamwork are very closely aligned. I think you can't have a good leader without a good team member. And that is kind of the vision for putting these students outdoors where they're doing outdoor activities together, is it's like that goes back to that unsupervised play. Leadership skills are learned through trial and error. We want our students to fail. We want them to fail. We want them to fail under our guidance and with one another where they can build each other up and grow, because growth only comes from when they're uncomfortable. And so our big belief is leadership and teamwork is that they're going to learn those things kind of in that unsupervised play, just in that natural classroom. But our structure for that, the idea for how we will offer supports to that as a school, are often, we will have clubs and courses in leadership. Our pathways will include leadership courses, and then we will also student governance, and I think that there are programs out there that maybe other schools in Arkansas are using that are good for those sorts of things, as in character schools, Leader in Me, those sorts of things that we have looked at as well. But it comes back to the grit and the resilience and that growth that they're just going to learn doing things, right? And that sounds very kind of crunchy and granola, right? But there's science behind that and that unsupervised play. And that's kind of where we want that to happen organically with guidance and structure from us. So clubs, student governance, we really, a big part, if you look at our engagement, is student feedback and student surveys. So we aren't just asking parents, how's your kids' learning going? We plan to reach out to students and ask students, how's your learning going? What can we do? What can we do better? And
Can I offer something in addition?
yeah, I'll let Sharon add.
I think that's an excellent question. Sharon Bennett, Board President AOA. So in our trips themselves, there are leadership opportunities available, and that will include, even GT students. Everyone has a role and a purpose in these excursions outdoors. Someone may be a timekeeper. Someone may be over, managing hydration within the group. Someone may be helping assist the teacher with an exercise. So there's different leadership roles within the group. I'm a big believer in the way that we keep students engaged is everybody has a role. So I think that kind of blends into the leadership that we're saying. But in addition to that, I think with this type of school, there are wonderful opportunities, kind of to what Hallie was saying, for the kids to create their own formations, like conservation groups, and direct kind of what they care about individually, organized within themselves, obviously with our guidance, but just activities like that. If we have a little branch of Climbers Coalition there, things of that nature, really bringing in those concepts that we see in nonprofits and outdoor communities in here, and creating their own formations of those communities.
Thank you. And just before you leave, sorry. So just circling back around, so from the conversations of you working with folks in our division and working through development of the pathway, it is your intention to offer, which you have listed as 3 different ones, but you're going to offer really rec and conservation is the pathway, and first responders is not going to.
So we will continue with first responders because we believe that as part of that, Arkansas's growing outdoor community, and as we increase recreation, that first responders are a core component, right? We'll definitely need people who are trained on terrain and have, expertise outdoors to care for people who are recreating in our state, and that will, it's going through that EMT paramedic track, but also looking at things like SARS rescue, additional components like that, that's really tailored to the needs of recreation and outdoors in Arkansas.
Okay. There's additional questions, so I'll go to Dr. Moore first and then Dr. Bashir-Duncan.
So I want to ask a question that's a little bit of a follow-up to that. As I was looking at your CTE pathways, one point of clarification, you list like 2 Arkansas H2 jobs connected to this pathway. I just want to be clear that as you've worked with our CTE folks, that you realize that a CTE pathway is not based upon individual jobs. Like to be a H2 pathway, just having one H2 job in there, like it's 2 different things. Okay, and that you're required to offer an H2 pathway, not just pathways that have H2 jobs.
So if you wouldn't mind coming back to, that's okay.
Sharon Bennett, AOA Board President, yes, we realize that we actually do have to, provide that pathway for that career. And we think those are great careers to engage in here in Arkansas, so we are committed to that.
Okay, but to be clear that you have to offer one CTE pathway itself that is designated by the state as an H2 pathway on the
Yes,
list.
correct. That is our goal, yes.
That's why I was trying to get you to be clear.
I'm so sorry.
On that one.
I think I did everything but actually answer your question.
I was trying to lead you.
I appreciate it.
That's okay.
And then also in relation a little bit to the CTE pathways and your business and industry partners, when you list your partners, and this is more of a comment than a question, but when you list your partners, your industry partners are limited to forest and natural resource industry, which those are great, but I would highly recommend that you ensure that for any CTE pathway that you have strong industry partners for each of those. So if you're doing something with hospitality and tourism, local partners with hotels, and if you're doing EMS, MIMS partnerships, and just to extend your business, and that you may already have them and just didn't.
We are
put it
working
on
through
many
those.
slides that you have.
Yeah,
in there,
and
so.
some of them are still being solidified, honestly, and so part of our hesitation is just they're not fully in fruition yet. We're talking through the process. Obviously, a lot of them are very interested, but it's also dependent on our charter acceptance. So we are working with those. We have lots of opportunity, we think, within the area. Just an example for Little Rock Tourism, to engage with them as a partner for this school. That's, a really exciting opportunity. So it is definitely looking further just outside of those and just outside of the terms of state parks, and really looking at like community partners and industries that can help us drive our career ready labs and give meaningful feedback onto what's important to them in the workplace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this may be a question for the department internally supporting, or it may be a request, I'm not sure. It's related to the instructional templates and what you'll be planning for grades 10 through 12 once you get there. And just to, for the record, would really like the opportunity to hear more about that when the time comes.
Another question from Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, just a final question from me, and it's really more of a thought I'd like to have with you all, and then maybe also hear from the panel or ADE on this. So one thought, and we talked about Roundtable when we were looking at the budget and some of that. I don't really know who that is, and it would be good, I think, for the panel to have more information on Roundtable to see what their capacity is. And I know you probably don't have that today, but that might be good to have to be sent. I think that's part of what we should consider, or at least have an opportunity to do that.
Yes, sir. Chris Horton, Director of Schools, and we can provide more information to you regarding them, but just a short synopsis. They're based out of Utah. They have served the help of creating charter schools as far as like startups in Arizona, Utah, Oklahoma, Ohio, New Hampshire. And so they're someone who, they're not just someone who's going to help with the startup, but they're going to also stick around and make sure that we're supported as well. But if that's something that's necessary, we can have you talk to them.
I think they're important to you all. So,
Yes, sir.
so I'd like to see who they are and what they are, and really see their financial capacity
Mm-hmm.
and how much they can support, and do they have the capacity for that? So that was one question, comment, and then the other is.
So before we move to your second one, so I guess for clarification, are they serving as your CMO or no?
No,
No, okay.
no,
So
no
you're-
CMO.
Okay.
They're just helping us with startup money and helping us with facilities and helping us set up budget for the next 3 to 5 years. But they work with us to help us sustain, but also to grow. So they'll be with us for a long time.
And then the final thought would be, and I guess I'm sitting here thinking, how do we support you all in your innovation when a lot of what you've talked to us about today is under development or to be developed, so we haven't really seen the outcome, the output. We've talked a lot about that, and I'm just going back to the lesson plans and how you teach math and science in the context of all this. And I'm not an educator, so that's beyond me, but when we have a school coming to request a charter, usually all this is done, and we're looking at the actual, at what we know is going to be the curriculum.
Correct.
And so in the process of supporting you, I guess it's a question about how do we go forward, but then also have the opportunity to look at finished curriculum and a finished process before you start, before you jump out and start educating kids.
And I know we didn't want to overwhelm you with 5 classes worth of curriculum. Is the 6th grade one, is that in the AD responses or in the final application?
So we just have a sample. I think we provided in response, but it's not really kind of the template approach. I probably Sorry about that. Sharon Bennett, AOA Board President. So we have developed a lot of the templated curriculum that teachers would use already. We've developed it out for the 6th and 7th grade. And so we did provide, I think, in the ADE response packet, kind of a sample of that, but I don't think it probably rises to the rigor of what you're wanting to see. So we can definitely work with the Department of Education on submitting that and making sure there's oversight on those items because we hear, and it's important for us too, right? We want to, our core principles are safety and standards, right? And so it's very important for us to adhere to them too.
Chris Horton, Director of Schools. And I would just kind of piggyback off of that and just say that, as far as like what y'all can do to help us, like we want to work with you and work with the Department of Ed throughout this entire process. And so that's one of those things where as we're developing our curriculum, we're going to work very closely with them to make sure that not only are we meeting the scope and the sequence and the standards, but that we're getting our kids the outdoor aspect of it as well.
Can I ask a question? Earlier, thinking about just resources and support, I know you mentioned you made a budget adjustment in a conversation with Nick Hill with APSRC. Have you all engaged with APSRC? And, when you're thinking about building out curriculum, they have incredible instructional resources. You're talking about financial questions, incredible financial. I just want to make sure you all have connected there.
They have been tremendous, like amazing. I think from day one, Ms. Baroni has been working with us and talking with us, and we have been able to talk with Tripp and talk with Nick and talk with everyone, and that's another line of support that we're going to lean on heavily because they have the experience that we might not necessarily have in some of those aspects.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I would really encourage that because the other question, stepping back, I was just curious from you and the principal, sort of what's your educational background, leadership background? I know how incredibly complicated it is to start a school from scratch, so I was just curious in terms of what kind of school leadership backgrounds you all have.
Right. So within that 21 years of education, at another school I was on, a leadership team which helped oversight of pretty much everything within the school, the scope and sequence. I have my master's in educational leadership. I have my building principal license, superintendent license, or certification. But then I also have over, I'm old, 10 years of athletic director experience where I've started teams from scratch. At the last school that I was at, I created curriculum for English and for health and PE and for Bible and for speech. And I was at a small private school, and so if you know anything about those, you're wearing many hats. And so if you have vending machines that you need me to stock and or fix, I can also do that as well. I learned that over the years. So, I would think my time at my private school has given me a lot of experience and opportunities to be able to lead kids and to build those relationships with those kids. And so, tie that in with lack of resources and lack of curriculum and being able to have to create it from scratch, that kind of gives us a good idea of that.
Ms. Hughes, I'm curious.
Hallie Hughes, principal. So my background is I was out of college, a Little Rock police officer for 13 years, where I worked on patrol, apprehension squads, and narcotics. I went to law school, and while I was going to law school, I'm going to tell you the truth, I thought, I don't really want to be a lawyer, but I'm not a quitter either. So I finished law school. In 2018-19, while I was going to prepare for the bar, I started substituting at my current school, and I fell in love with teaching. I fell in love with education, and the difference that I thought I was going to make in law, I saw I could actually make in the classroom. So I've been with my current school since then, 7 years. Not to brag, but I think we're currently probably the best charter school in the state, where I am currently. And I have now a dean of students there, so assistant principal. I plan on going back to school during all of this as well and going ahead and getting my master's in building leadership. So again, my graduate level experience is actually in law, and then I also provide training for the current school I'm at in some areas, restraint care, and yeah, we'll do, as an assistant principal, you do a little bit of everything.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you. And in light of that, it just says, I would implore you to work with people like DESE, APSRC, people that can help you through all the quagmire of starting a school. It is not easy. There is so much you don't know. And so having not been in those positions at that highest level of superintendency, assistant superintendent, I would, if you get approved, I would implore you to work with those two resources and make sure.
APSRC
Yeah.
has been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really, really great to work with. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from Carmen?
Okay, I just had a very quick question, as I was looking back, over some of the waivers, and I appreciate the fact that for the, ALE, specific waiver, you wanted flexibility in that, and so it just brought some questions to mind, thinking about, again, student supports and, special populations. Looking at how you're delivering that with the variety of a combination of supports, I guess it would be more along the counseling piece of it. What are your specifics, knowing that you are going to be delivering specific services to a wide variety of students and perhaps needing supports? What is that going to look like from basically the ALE lens?
Teal Hopefully, Assistant Principal of Counseling. Essentially, we'll have culturally responsive staff members, and those staff members are going to be trained to be able to support student services and also the counseling program as well. We'll have partnerships with any programs outside of the scope of what we can have at our campus. So any like OTPT, mental health services, that kind of stuff, they'll be rolling into our school to support, along with the counseling services that will be able to support those programs as well.
Okay, and so along with my colleagues, I would definitely suggest leaning into supports with DESE, supports with, the Office of Special Ed, APSRC, just around that in particular, just, to ensure that any, barriers or landmines that might come up, you're able to navigate through those.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments for the charter? Seeing none? Okay. If there's not any other questions for the charter in regards to the application, I will now entertain a motion on approval or disapproval.
Question.
Okay.
Just one question.
Sure.
So, every time this comes up, I'm never sure what we're supposed to do here. So, Mr. Baldwin asked about seeing things on down the road a little bit before they actually start. What would be the order of operations if we wanted to move to approve pending them coming back in the spring after they've developed a little more to bring back some examples to us?
Absolutely, great question. Daryl Smith, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education. So part of, after the approval process, there is a pre-opening checklist, a pre-opening procedure that all charters must go through in order to kind of make sure they're on track to open. One of those things obviously is finances, and so you can certainly as part of your approval to ask for a greater, in greater detail those that will be managing the finances of the charter school, and a greater report at some point as part of the pre-opening checklist. So we will almost always, we have a report back somewhere within 3 to 6 months of the charter being approved, as just a report on where they are in the process of going through that checklist to get ready for the opening of in this case, the fall of 26. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate that question. I think it would be good if we want to go ahead and act, but ask you guys to come back at some point in time and kind of fill in the blanks on what we have right now relative to roundtable, your budget, and then your curriculum. I think those three things are the ones that.
So we can certainly put that as part of your motion, but we'll also make sure it's part of the pre-opening checklist as well.
Is that your motion?
We don't know yet. We don't know. I think we're still asking questions and clarifications before we present a motion.
Okay.
Yep. So,
That answers mine.
okay. Are there any other questions or discussion that needs to take place? Okay, seeing none. So again, if there are no further questions or discussion, then I'll accept a motion on the open enrollment charter school application. of Arkansas Outdoor Academy.
So I will make a motion to approve the charter and to ask them to come back, 3 months, 4 months, some period of time before they start, to provide us information, detailed information on roundtable, financial capacity of that organization, and contractual support for that, and then also the scope of the lesson plans and the detail of the academic curriculum at that point in time.
Okay. Is your preference 3 or 4 months?
I'd say 3. Could we just say to be part of the checklist?
To be part of the checklist, yeah.
What is the timeline for the checklist? Sorry, Dr. Smith, getting your steps in today.
I need my steps in this morning anyway, so you're good. Yeah, Daryl Smith, Department of Education. So the checklist basically begins upon a final approval. So at that point, they basically have up to like June 1st of 2026 to complete the steps. Obviously, certain things have to be done in order. And so typically we would have the group come back in about 4 to 6 months. And so in this case, it'd probably give them a little time to kind of work through some of the things that need to be worked through now that once they have an approved charter in their hands. And that way they can kind of start working with some of these other entities and partnerships, developing out the curriculum a little bit as they start seeing what type of students they're going to have as part of their school. I would recommend maybe January or February, return back to the panel for a report.
Okay, let's say February.
Okay.
Okay.
I second.
Okay. All right, so there is a motion by Mr. Baldwin, a second by Ms. Stewart, that we approve the application for Arkansas Outdoor Academy with the expectation that they will return to us in February with additional information about roundtables, partnership with their organization, as well as providing a scope of the lesson plans for us to review at that time. Okay. Is there any further discussion or questions on the motion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, very good. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Yay.
So I would say let's take a 10-minute break. And then let's come back at 11:10, 11:10-ish. Okay, thanks. ready to get started. Okay, so next up we have open enrollment charter school amendment requests. Lisa Academy, and Dr. Daryl Smith is going to come forward and get us started.
Daryl Smith, Department of Education. Lisa Academy, a high-performing STEM-focused K-12 public charter school dedicated to an academically rigorous college preparatory program, is respectfully requesting of the board approval of a charter amendment that realigns their grade configurations and facilities to better serve students and families across both Northwest Arkansas and Little Rock. Specifically, the amendment would convert the Lisa Springdale to a K-5 campus with grades 6 through 8 merging into the Lisa Fayetteville campus. And in Little Rock, the Lisa West High School would serve grades 8 through 12 and relocate the Lisa West Elementary into their current, where the Lisa West Middle School is currently. In addition to that, they're also asking for a 200 student increase in their enrollment cap. This time, I'll turn it over to the Lisa administration for their presentation.
Okay, thank you. Before we get started, all those giving testimony today on behalf of Lisa Academy, both in person and remote, please stand and raise your right hand. And do we have anybody joining remote? Okay. Let me see if I can see them. You say you do have folks joining remote? Okay, very good. See them standing, sorry. All right. Do you swear that the testimony or statement you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You may begin your presentation. And as a reminder, you have 20 minutes. And please state your name each time.
Dr. Fatih Bogrek, Lisa Academy Superintendent. Good morning, dear respected panel members. We would like to thank you for the opportunity to present our amendment request. Ms. Baden Rederman is going to show our PowerPoint presentation.
Good morning. My name is Bethany Rotterman. I'm the Senior Director of Communications for Lisa Academy. Thank you so much for having us today. I'm very proud to be here. So, make sure I've got my buttons correct. If you're not familiar with Lisa Academy, you'll remember that we opened in 2004 as a middle school here in Little Rock. We expanded across the central Arkansas area through K-12, and then we went to Northwest Arkansas, and now we're statewide. So just a quick little timeline to kind of remind you about how we've developed where we're at today. Want to let everyone know, just kind of a refresher about how we've expanded with intentionality to share our success as we've gone and just increase the copying of the replicated proven model throughout the district. In the latest 24-25 data, you can see that we had 6 A school ratings, 4 B school ratings, 2 C school ratings. And so there was, out of all of our schools, 83% of them were rated A or B. And we want to note that in Pulaski County, Arkansas, there are only 2 middle high schools with an A rating, and both of those are from Lisa Academy. And so we also want to note that Lisa Academy North was the #1 highest ELA growth in the state of Arkansas, and Lisa Academy Hybrid Campus moved from a letter grade of a D to a B because of our proven methods and continue to work and growth focus. You can also see on those 24-25 results that we were awarded many prizes, and some of those were from the Arkansas Education Policy, the 08 OEP results. And then the Department of Education also awarded us performance growth for both achievement in academics and student growth to the tune of $153,000 for student progress, something we're extraordinarily proud of. As you know, Lisa Academy is a STEM C focused charter school, and this STEM C coordinates with STEM education from kindergarten through 12th grade with STEM classes, enrichment, project-based learning, and all of these PLTW pathways to get students those hands-on learning opportunities that we're so proud of. Does not want to participate. I apologize. Maybe. Okay, we'll keep trying. There we go. Oh, there it goes. So as you know, Lisa Academy graduates are the proof in the pudding. It is when we've worked with our students to move them on to their next level of education. In 2025, our senior class received $7.2 million in scholarships. And while our graduating class at West and North of 2025 was accepted to college with a 100% graduation rate, I'm also proud to report that as of Monday, our graduating class of 2026 is also 100% college acceptance rate, something we're extraordinarily proud of. So that lets us know that what we're doing is working for our students. We're setting them up for success after high school. Another way that you can determine how our path has been successful is to look at when we started our expansion in Northwest Arkansas. The Springdale campus was originally called Ozark Montessori School. They were struggling as a charter school and looking for options to support their programming and get their students a higher level of education. So they reached out to Lisa Academy in 2019. In 2019 is when we started working with a coaching model where we brought in our practices, our curriculum, and so you can see on my left-hand chart there, in 2019, the score rose from a D to a C just because of that incorporation of our curriculum and our support for that campus, So then 2020 happens, there's no test scores. But that's when we transitioned from the Ozark Montessori to fully have that campus underneath our Lisa umbrella. And you can see that it continues to excel all the way to the letter A grading in 2024. Same campus, same students, we're increasing, we're growing in enrollment, and we're still using our proven methods that worked in Central Arkansas, now applying to another school district in another area, and we can see that success happening, something that we're very proud of. You can see that with that success from the transition from Ozark Montessori to Lisa Academy, that we were recognized for that progress and achievement, again with our OEP results from 21 to 24 listed there on the slide, as well as the SAU Educational Regional Zone recognition. For today's meeting, we're going to look at a few campuses, and so we've put the slide in there just to kind of illustrate which campuses are actually impacted by today's amendments. And so on the left, in our Central Arkansas hub, you'll know that we have the North campuses, which are in red. They're not affected at all. The West campuses, I'm going to talk about those individually. And then on the Northwest side, we have the Rogers campus, which is not affected at all. We've got some changes in the Springdale Fayetteville campus, and so this kind of just helps highlight which is going to be impacted the most. So to talk about amendment request number 1, this is where Lisa Academy Springdale middle school students will be transitioning to the Lisa Academy Fayetteville middle high school campus. And so you can see that this beautiful new campus, there's an illustration on the bottom there. It's a beautiful facility that has a beautiful state-of-the-art gym. It has the labs, learning facilities. Those are things that we're really excited to bring to those middle schoolers, that we want to accelerate those courses and provide those learning opportunities that Lisa Academy is known for. This way, they will have that beautiful facility that they can learn in, as well as finish their K-12 pathway. The benefits, again, as I mentioned, they'll be able to finish out their K-12 career with that building. It will expand the K-5 seat capacity at the current Springdale campus. There'll be focused elementary instruction at the Springdale campus. Again, advanced courses, more electives, all the things at the middle high school Fayetteville that's beautiful. They'll have access to the high school gym, full athletics program, specialized teachers, as well as the modernized labs. The second request is a little bit more unclear, so I want to be really slow here because it kind of confused us. The reason we talked about this was, if you look at the very bottom, our West Haven facility, where our elementary campus is currently out in West Little Rock, the lease is expiring in 2026. And so we started talking about what is our next most sensible, appropriate manner to take the next steps. And so we decided to look at restructuring that West campus to see how we can really maximize our spaces as well as our operational and fiscal benefits. And so what we're doing is we're moving the West Elementary campus from where it's at on West Haven Drive over to the big middle school campus right there on Corporate Hill. You guys have probably been there and seen that. So that way they've got a bigger space, they've got a gym, they've got a beautiful learning space, they've got the maker space. We're really excited to offer that at the 23 Corporate Hill. At the middle school level, we're really excited to change the grade span to really focus in where that content really speeds up, that acceleration starts in that middle school with that 6th and 7th grade, to move them to the 21 Corporate Hill, so it's just 6th and 7th grade, really hyper-focused. They'll share it with the hybrid campus since they have just a few students that come on site for those support services, so they can hold at the 21 Corporate Hill. And then the 8th graders, we're really excited about this, will move into the high school campus, which is there on Markham Street, where they can get that high school experience, whether it be the courses that we offer in our high school, our CTE pathways, we can start offering them the gym, all the things that really are gonna push them forward, because again, we're that college prep focus that we want to see starting in middle school. It will also allow us to offer a seamless transition between the students, because one of the things that we often see in the Little Rock space is between those transition grades of 5th and 6th and 8th to 9th, that's a time when traditionally parents see this is a transition year. And so by having them pattern in this way, we're gonna follow our Lisa North model, where they're not disjointed in those multiple buildings spread out so far. So this will help more integrate them throughout the K-12 system in the West Little Rock region, and it will provide those 8th graders a more high school experience, and it will also provide operational and academic efficiency because the buildings will be consolidated, so that way we actually reduce one whole building, and we can really focus on those students on site, so there'll be no change in enrollment. Additionally, this will result in leading to savings of staffing, having an extra building we won't have to staff, and a reduction in our budget for that extra building. And the final request is to increase the cap by 200 students across the district to accommodate more students. We really think that it's very important to expand our cap because we have a wait list that's running year over year, and if we have that many students in demand of high quality STEM education, we want to be able to offer them a seat as soon as possible to focus on their science, technology, engineering, and math, as well as computing. Thank you so much. I know I sped through that because I know you've had a long morning, but I'm hopeful we can answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start with panel questions, I'm going to invite Ms. Rainey up from legal to let us know if there's any concerns that we need to be aware of.
We have no legal concerns.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so start with questions from the panel. Dr. Bashir Duncan, do you want to start us off?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for offering a history and a timeline that's helpful, especially as a new member here. Can you all speak to a little bit about your family and community's feedback and engagement with the move that will impact 6 through 8 students in Springdale?
Mr. Sazci is, I think, online. I think we conducted some surveys, also some, conversation. Yeah, Fatih Bogrek, Superintendent. Mr. Sazci is online. Mr. Sazci, could you please answer this question?
Hi, this is Hasan Sazci, Assistant Superintendent for Rize Academy. Since we opened our Springdale campus, we were serving kindergarten through 8th grade, and that was a request from our parents to have a really strong high school options. Unfortunately, the building size is small. We cannot really expand the high school in the same building or any available building around us. So when we have our Fayetteville facility, we are building a new middle and high school building, and that is very close proximity to our current location, which is around like a 15 minutes drive from Springdale to Fayetteville. And this is gonna make our parents' wish come true, to have an option to start kindergarten, finish all through elementary, middle, and high school, because we have a really strong retention rate for our Springdale campus, kindergarten through 8th grade, but we are losing all of them because there is no the high school option for them. Moving with this middle school students to Fayetteville, they have all these benefits, and we can serve our Springdale community better with more seats for K-5 students. And this is the the request since the first day we opened our Springdale campus.
So if I'm understanding correctly, there's interest from your families, and there's some targeted benefits for them in this move?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Also, 2 buildings, they are convenient. I think the difference for travel is around like 15 minutes. When we found the location for Fayetteville, we were already planning to have high school in that facility. So it is kind of border in Fayetteville and Springdale. So also we are planning to have transportation if there is demand between two campuses. So we are going to make sure our retention is important. Our Springdale Middle School students, they can come to our Fayetteville campus comfortably.
Thank you. No further questions.
Dr. Moore?
That was my main question as well. I do want to ask about the enrollment cap, and I may be overlooking it. I've tried to look. Do you anticipate like how that's going to be broken down across campuses?
This 200?
But is that across all campuses? Like, how's it
Mostly our West High School and Springdale campus, they will use this 200 cap increase,
okay, that's what I was.
the additional one.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Stewart?
Good morning. First off, a comment. Great job on the presentation. I would love to have like a tenth of your energy and enthusiasm. So appreciate that. Just a quick question regarding staffing. Is there going to be any does this impact staffing at all, moving campuses or consolidating?
Yeah. We will have some savings again, since we are gonna, eliminate one building. So it's gonna save us some, in terms of budget saving for building. We are gonna use one less building. Also like secretaries, principals. So we will have maybe some savings. But as Lisa, since this is my 15th year, I don't remember we have, laid off anyone at Lisa. So usually, if a position is closed, that person is moved to another position. So this is why, none of the staff is going to be, impacted negatively. But on the other hand, overall, we will have some, maybe position cuts, and then it will help our budget as well.
Okay, great. That's all I have.
Okay. Dr. Bacon?
Yeah, I just have one or two things. First, congratulations on all the phenomenal success. All those letter grades. I know several of us were at your school, and Lisa North for the Milken Award announcement recently. Just phenomenal things going on at Lisa, so I want to start there. I'm familiar with your Little Rock locations, and so closing that elementary school on Chenal, moving those kids to the other location, that's very close. I know there's probably not a lot of worry about losing students because of a change. I'm not as familiar with the Northwest Arkansas, so how far is the Springdale campus to the Fayetteville campus where you're going to be having students make that transition?
Mr. Hasan Sazcı.
Hi, Hassan Sazcı, Assistant Superintendent. This is, in the busy traffic, it takes 15 minutes drive from Springdale location to Fayetteville location. So it is around, depends on where they are driving, but just for the campuses, it's around 10 miles.
And so at present, do you just have the one high school in Northwest Arkansas, the Fayetteville High School?
We have two high schools. One is in Rogers location, Rogers Bentonville location. We have middle and high school building, and our current Fayetteville building is under construction, and it will start serving this August.
Okay. I was asked a confusing question. I didn't. Students who are in the Springdale campus elementary and you have Fayetteville Elementary will all feed together to the middle school in Fayetteville, and then the high school for everyone will be in Fayetteville as well.
Yes,
Okay.
and our middle school and high school, they're under one roof, so
Okay.
6 through 12. So, our Fayetteville campus, middle school, they will be, fed by two elementary schools, Springdale and
Okay.
our, Fayetteville. And we will hopefully provide the transportation for Springdale families.
Okay.
So by this way,
Yeah,
it will be good.
certainly. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you again for your presentation, and I echo comments. I did attend the ceremony you guys held there, and everything was wonderful. The band did a wonderful job. I know that they're new, and so was glad to see students getting an opportunity to express their artistic ability as well. And congratulations again to your Milken Award winner.
Thank you for joining. We
Very
appreciate
excited.
your
I know he went
compliments.
home with a great day. He went home a little bit richer. So just a couple of questions, and just to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly. So the parents are aware that this change is coming, and they are supportive of the transitioning of the school moving from Springdale to Fayetteville, so there's not any concern there.
We sent a survey to our families. We get their feedback about they have multiple stuff. For example, in West Iraq right now, if they have siblings in all 3 schools, they need to go to 3 different locations. But right now, 2 locations. So we just asked their feedback about if there will be any move, any transition. So, but we didn't really give all the details, which grade level is going to be served in which campus. We were waiting for the approval first. So hopefully today, we will let them know. But in West Iraq, the destinations are very close. So it's just a few minutes from other campuses. So it's not going to be a problem for parents to move to another building. And also the building conditions are getting better, especially for West Elementary. They will have a larger building. They will have more rooms. They will have a gym. So, and then our 6th and 7th grade, they will go back to their original home campus, our 21 Corporate Hill Drive. It's again, the same campus, so it's not going to be a big change. Only big change is 8th graders. They're going to go to high school building. And then we already also contact our advisory board. We have some parents there. So they are so excited because 8th graders, they're going to be high school students. And also it's going to help us for 8th grade to 9th grade retention. So, and also they will take more advanced courses. So I think when we discuss with our advisory groups or throughout the surveys, so we see all positive feedback. But hopefully after the approval, we are planning to make a big announcement to all our families.
Okay. And then kind of referencing back to the enrollment increase, so 200, and then there was an indication during the presentation that this is response to try to reduce the amount of number of students on the waiting list. So I guess I'm still not quite clear on the distribution of that 200. Is it going to address that issue, or is it just that was just the capacity of the building that could hold? I'm just trying to get a better sense.
Our cap is based on the capacity of the buildings. Our current cap is 6,800, but our enrollment is 4,300 now. But still, we have a lot of rooms in our Northwest Arkansas campuses. So for example, Rogers campus is serving right now at the new building 6 through 10. So we are adding grades. So some cap, they are already assigned to current expansion plans. So this additional 200 is gonna help because Springdale, when we move middle school to Fayetteville, we will have some room for elementary kids there. So this is why some of the cap is gonna be used for that building, and also our West High School. Right now they are serving around 400, and then with the addition they are gonna serve 530. So just these 2 schools mostly use this 200 cap. But also our total cap is going to be from 6,800 to 7,000. So we did not really dig into a lot in each grade level how many increase. But this 200 will help us for Fayetteville expansion and also our West High School.
Okay, makes sense. Okay. Any other questions? Any panel members? Okay, if there's no further questions, then I'll accept the motion on the open enrollment charter school amendment request of Lisa Academy.
I move that we approve the open enrollment charter amendment request of Lisa Academy to increase their enrollment cap and change the configuration of their grades and locations in Northwest Arkansas, as well as in Central Arkansas. There's a lot on this amendment request. I didn't know if I needed to be so specific on all the pieces.
I second that. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
You had the easy part. Okay, so I have a motion from Dr. Moore, a second by Dr. Brashears Duncan, that we accept the motion, approve the application, approve the amendment request to increase the cap by 200, increasing the enrollment from 6,800 to 7,000. Change the grade configuration for the Springdale and West Little Rock campuses for Lisa Academy. Does that cover it?
And the location.
And the location change as well. Okay. Are there any questions or discussion on the motion? Okay. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is open enrollment charter school amendment request. Is that for KIPP Delta?
For KIPP, yes, ma'am.
KIPP Delta.
Daryl Smith, Department of Education. At this time, the KIPP Delta Public Schools, a network of open public school charters here in Blytheville and West Helena. This organization is seeking approval through a charter amendment that realigns its organizational identity while maintaining its mission to partner with families and communities, create academically excellent schools that prepare students with the skills and confidence to pursue the paths they choose for employment, enrollment, and enlistment. The proposed amendment would change the legal name of the network to Delta Preparatory Schools and formally disaffiliate from the KIPP Foundation as its charter management organization while preserving its existing commitments to students, families, and authorizers. The KIPP administration is present, and we'll turn it over to them for their application, their amendment hearing.
Okay. Before we get started, all those giving testimony today on behalf of KIPP Delta, both in person and or remote, please stand and raise your right hand.
We're not all going to talk, but in case we do, I guess.
Okay. Mr. Salt is going to speak today. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony or statement you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You have 20 minutes for your presentation, and please remember to always restate when you enter the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the panel, staff. My name is Kevin Smith. I'm Executive Director of KIPP Delta Schools. And George Cotton is the president of our school board, chairman of our school board, and is here today, and he's going to let me try to get through this presentation. I know I'm standing between everybody and lunch. I promise to keep this as quickly as possible and get to your questions. We're here to ask for a change in our name, which we'll address in a minute. But we also wanted to take the opportunity to just update you on where we are today, because it's been a year since you intervened, had an intervention with KIPP Delta, and we were not in a good place. And Mr. Cotton and I both stood up here and made a commitment to try and improve it. So where are we now, a year later? That's what this is, and then we'll talk about the future, is if I can figure out how to work this. And I'm not going to read the slides, but it started with some SPED complaints, special education complaints, and this kind of reviews that timeline, gives you some organizational chart changes. We've made a lot of changes in the past year. This kind of gives you how it's organized now. Specifically on special education, these are some of the things we addressed immediately. Related services were not being met. We immediately began to meet those services, and we still have some compensatory services to make up for those. We also immediately dealt with family complaint that was an issue, but there are also other issues that are addressed in this slide. This is a table chart that shows you, or bar chart that shows you what's remaining on our compensatory services, the stuff that we had not done as of a year ago that got us in trouble. So we're having to do these services, related services, in real time so we don't get behind anymore and we're compliant with the law. But we also have to make good on all those hours that we did not do, right? And those are not Medicaid reimbursable, by the way. Those come out of the pocket. It would have been if we'd been doing them, all along. This is what's left. Most of the physical and occupational is one student who no longer is in our district that we're trying to provide that service for. The 68 speech therapy hours are more than one student, and we hope to be through by the end of the year on that. And I'll stop if anybody wants me to. I just don't want to belabor anything either. So these are some of the services. We're doing the trading of the PD. We've got CPR planning, training certification for all of our staff in the school this year, handled with care, seizure response, first aid, all of these things. And our cap ends, our SPED cap ends in February. And we just had our latest on-site visit was Friday. I stepped in there to see how things were going, and they're not going to tell me everything, and there's a letter here that addresses the most recent letter we got from the state that'll kind of tell you where things are. But basically, things look really, really good. We're on track to get off this cap, certainly by February. And feel free to to read that letter. If you have questions. Finance is a big issue. We immediately started making a lot of decisions last year. We've cut over $1 million in operating costs, top-heavy cost in the last year. We've also resolved over $2 million in outstanding debt. And by June 30th, we should be free of any outstanding, what I call unsecured outstanding debt. This doesn't count like the USDA loan for one of our buildings. It's on time and so forth. We've also built up $1 million in our reserve over the last year, which I feel like is impressive. We're in a very good place financially. This is our variance, which is what the state sees when you look at e-finance. And you can see a year ago, and yes, that's $6 million, how far off it was. It was just not being done. It was basically on autopilot. It wasn't being managed. It wasn't just bad management. It just wasn't being managed. And you can see, and I want to speak to APSRC here, they have helped us tremendously with this issue of trying to get it to zero, which is where your e-finance balance should always be. We're not quite there, but you can see the kind of heavy lifting we've had this year on it, while at the same time, again, trying to not get worse. We're trying to do the things you got to do going forward, while at the same time getting caught up. That's where that is. And here are some more finance issues. We asked legislative audit to start doing our audits instead of a private audit in terms of transparency. Also saves us $90,000 a year. PO systems, all the other things you know about. We do weekly meetings and finance meetings, trainings. APSRC, again, has been a tremendous help to us. We couldn't do it without them. We have a CIO. I don't want to read these, but the state, I want to say this as a former policymaker myself. I have seen politicians, and haven't been a recovering politician, manipulate data, especially around election time, to sort of make it look like things are really, really great, right? I've seen that. I'm not naming any names, but I've seen it, and it's not unusual. I now applaud the state Department of Education for trying to prevent that sort of corruption of data, because data tells you where you are, good or bad, and you can't correct something if you don't know about it. You can't solve it if you don't know what the problem is. And we're trying to emulate that at KIPP Delta. And we got our good stuff and our bad stuff too, but we're trying to, shoot it straight down the middle. And we have a CIO who's very qualified, who's behind me, who's doing that with us, and it's a team effort. So this discusses some of those issues, and one, would be our academics and how are we doing in our classrooms with our kids. So an academic progress monitoring program, for example, is also part of our data, a big part of our data collection and how we deliver that. That's a good example of how that tool can help us get there. So on academics, we, as a school district, our grade this year was a C, which is an awful lot better than where we were a year ago. Even though we didn't have district grades yet, it would not have been a C. It's not good enough for a charter school. And it's not good enough for our charter school in particular, but where it is progress, it's important progress. And there aren't a lot of C's, there aren't enough C's in the Delta. But C's is not something we want to settle for, but it's, but that's our district grade. We had 2 schools that received B's this year, and we had one school that was an F that's no longer an F, so we're off F status. And D's aren't anything to be proud of either, but they're better than F's, and it shows progress. And that's in the course of a year. So financially, academically, in measurable, independent measurable ways, you can see that we've made a lot of progress. And here are those grade reports by school over the last 3 years. So you can see, and one school that got held out in particular was in Blytheville, that went from an F to a B in 3 years. And then you can see where we had one that remained a B, and the F that became a D. We had one school go down. We lacked a fifth grade teacher, and I can tell you, and I'm not a professional educator, but it doesn't take much training to know how important teachers are to these grades and to these outcomes. We didn't have a fifth grade teacher in our elementary school in Helena, and that's not exclusively, but extremely critical to why we did what we did, where the C went to a D. Nonetheless, we were recognized, and yes, we're going to put these up here and be proud of it. We were also recognized that out of all the schools in Arkansas, not school districts, but schools, that Bible school was recognized as one of 5 outstanding schools. It went from F to a B, and we're really proud of that. These show some of those statistics, and again, I'm trying to respect your time, but encourage you to look these over. That are 80. This is 80. These are 80 statistics. You kind of make comparisons, and you can get granular about it, and we can go into it. I just don't want to take your time. But most of the scores have improved. We've had some places where we needed supports with teaching, and again, APSRC has been very helpful providing support in our classrooms. That's made a big difference. Why the big difference? We've got a good leadership team at our school, number one. DESE has been amazing supporting us, number two, and APSRC, we couldn't have done it without. It's just that simple. Making good decisions about who the leadership people are in those places, your principals, your leadership team, those are the essential, most important issues, and those changes we made have started to bear fruit. College and career, again, 41 concurrent students, 47 CT district scholars enrolled for school year 26. We hope to have all of our graduates ultimately, or most of our graduates ultimately have community college degrees too when they graduate from high school. And we've got several in that pipeline already. And it does start before they become seniors, and we've started with our sophomores. And this year that we call it KIP Forward, KIP Through College. We got to come up with a new name for it, but that's one of the things that originally the KIP brand was famous for, was its hyper focus on college and getting those kids in college and now career. And so that's one of the things we're going to retain and build on. And we've also brought back this year, we just got some ACT scores in, and somebody had told me a year ago that some of these same kids could never be above 15, and we had some 20s this year because we did the prep, we did the studying, we did all of that stuff that you should be doing. And I wanted this slide to be in here, and the reason is because, and I go back a long way, more than I want to admit, and I was the passing vote on the bill that created the law to take over public schools, allow the State Department of Education to take over a public school. My school district, and the school district where I graduated, was the first one to be taken over, which was Helena West Helena School District, and was the first one to be the second one taken over, and the first one to be the third one taken over, which I think is where it is now. And it seems like this is a pattern in the Delta, and I've watched it for 30 years, where the state takes over, it improves, give it back, something happens again, the state's got to come back again. How do we get off of that Ferris wheel? How do we stop that process? After 30 years, I really think it's a good idea to start looking at what might be a solution for that. In my opinion, it's this. And that is that it's very difficult to come in from the outside and have sustainable success. You have to have that buy-in locally. These pictures are some of the people who graduated from KIP Delta, and one of them, Joseph Whitfield, was just appointed mayor by Governor Sanders. Kevin Martin Arnold, on your far right, was a Phillips County Citizen of the Year, also a KIP graduate. Has been made Chief of Staff of the city. Jessica Walker, Martha Madden, Martha's behind me, both outstanding contributors to our school and to our community. And both Kevin and Joseph moved back after getting excellent educations to help KIPP Delta and help their community. And these are 4 standouts, but I can do others. And in my opinion, what our job is as a school is to produce people who come back, and that is your sustainability. That is how you get off that Ferris wheel that continually taking over and having to take it over again and again and again. This is how you do it, and you do it with people who are not only capable, but who care, who love their community, who love their school, who care, and they're going to be in day and out. It's not just a career move for them. It means something. And this is the proof of that, these folks. All right, thank you very much, and we're going to take questions. And by the way, if I could ask, well, y'all all stood up again, but stand up again if you're on our staff at KIPP Delta, so they can see who all's here. And most of our leadership is here, and I want to make sure they're available to answer questions. I know it's almost lunch, but if you need them to. I also, again, want to recognize our APSRC partners who have been amazing. And y'all don't have to stand, but I know they probably know you anyway, but just wave at them in case they don't. They've been, a year ago, I couldn't even say APSRC, so that's progress, but now I feel like we've all been through a battle together over the last year. And so we're really proud of our success, but the question is, where are we headed? We think we're on the verge of much better things to come. Our goal is to show that Delta kids can learn, and that we can build a sustainable school that can do that over and over again. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay. Ms. Rainey from legal, do you want to come forward? Please make sure we don't have any concerns from legal we need to address.
Hi, Julia Rainey, AD. We have no legal concerns.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll start with questions. Dr. Bacon.
Thank you so much. For full disclosure, I want to acknowledge I have, in the last few months, been engaged in some executive leadership coaching with Mr. Smith. And so I've seen a lot of the results that he talked about here. I think it's phenomenal where you were when I first came on this panel in January for my first meeting. I think you all were presenting very transparent about where you were to where you are today is night and day. And so your team should be commended for that. Talk to us a little bit about specifically the amendment requests, what this means for you guys. It looks like you're disaffiliating from KIPP National, KIPP Foundation, and changing your name. It sounds simple, but tell us what that really means for you guys.
No, it's an excellent question, and the long and the short of it is that there's a mutual agreement between the KIPP Foundation and our board that we wanted to go our own way. The KIPP Foundation helped start this school 24 years ago, and it was called Delta. By the way, it was called Delta Preparatory Public Schools then, but KIPP came along and made all the KIPP schools use that logo and that KIPP name. And they've been instrumental. I don't want to diminish that at all. We're very grateful for everything that KIPP Foundation has done. But it is not what it was 24 years ago. It is a national brand, and we're used to saying KIPP. But the biggest difference, it will feel somewhat like a yoke being lifted, and I'll let my board chairman also speak to this if he'd like to not have two masters. We were not serving the state's interest. We were serving KIPP's needs. And it's not so much that one is better than the other, but it's very difficult to do both, especially academically when it comes to curriculum and all of that. Financially, it means it has almost no impact at all. And I didn't know that until I started doing this, how little financially it would actually meant. The school owns its own stuff, it has its own money, it does its own thing. They're very tiny, and it's just a little bit of difference in what that is. Basically is help with some trips, but we have to pay the rest of it. They don't pay for all of it. They give you money, but you have to pay it on the curriculum, spend it on the curriculum that they want you to spend it on. which is not the same curriculum the state wants us to use a lot of times. And that's kind of how we got in trouble, is we were hiring people who were more responsive to the foundation's goals and not interested in the state's. And you have a very aggressive agenda in the state of Arkansas now. And I think Secretary Leva said he wants to be called the Arkansas Miracle. And I was speaking with him recently, and I think it could be. And certainly DESI's support of us shows the seriousness of it. And but that's a long way to say that we feel like it's actually going to give us some freedom to do a better job. And it means almost nothing financially, but in terms of energy, time, commitment, focus, we can better focus. And plus, KIPP Foundation itself, the reason they're for this is because they're reorienting their schools. We're not the only one to more of what I call an urban-based model, which is where they really came from, Houston and New York. They've never really gotten rural, even 24 years ago. So they're trying to go back, and their national statistics are no better than anybody else's. You know, everybody has problems in public education across the country. They haven't cracked that code yet, and certainly not like it was in the beginning when you saw that 60 Minutes piece 20 or 30 years ago. It's a totally different institution, and they want to get back to what their roots were, which was inner city urban. So it's a mutually beneficial thing.
Thank you.
Let's do it. Sorry.
Yes, sorry. First off, got to say thank you. Really informative. I appreciate all the information, and I think that what you're doing is near and dear to a lot of our hearts. So thank you so much. Thank you for the staff that's here, the support of a board president that's here. Says a lot. So and the numbers speak for that. I did have a couple of questions. I appreciate Dr. Bacon's question too, as it relates to what we're talking about. But I love the fact that you gave an update and wondered, more of a wondering or a question, is that something that we could continue to ask for? Because I don't know if this would go to Dr. Smith or the department, if we could include a report out periodically, because this has been really, really helpful.
Daryl Smith, Department of Education. Yes, you all, as part of the as part of the amendment, for affirmation of the amendment, can also put some conditions on that of maybe like a 3-month, a quarterly report out on just the numbers and where they're at and progressing, and making sure that we're continuing to make the progress that they've seen over this last year. So certainly want to recognize what they've already done, but also continuing to just monitor that progress forward. So yes, you can put that as part of your amendment request, or
Okay.
as far as the motion.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, all my questions would have been about the presentation, but I mean, is that okay to do even though, okay. So I wanted to highlight just a couple of things. First off, with the, I appreciate the fact that you mentioned, it's the quality of the teacher in the classroom that actually is
So where
the
it
game
happens.
changer, right?
That's where
That's
it
exactly right. That's what affects student outcomes. So recruitment of teachers, I know in the past has been, it's difficult. It's difficult everywhere, but it has been particularly difficult for that area. If you could just speak to that from a staffing perspective and how y'all have done that or are doing that.
Well, first of all, we made our salary schedule more equitable, but it's still the most competitive of anywhere in commuting districts. Okay, and that's attractive, but we have to tell people about it. We've taken the list that DESI just sent out. I don't know if I really want to say this, but we're calling them individually. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. We're calling them, and now they'll all get all these calls, but we've already called them. So, and getting them to come to our school, and most of them have said, "This is the first person. You're the first ones who've ever called. It's called us," and they really are grateful. These are soon-to-be graduates, in December who were looking for jobs. And so Desi sent us that list, and we started calling them. But but it is a problem. It's a even bigger problem in Mississippi County. And we, I don't know if I have the answer to why it's like that. We just convinced Arkansas State that Blytheville was within 50 miles. And so, yes, their student teachers can teach in Blytheville, because they've been saying they couldn't because I was beyond 50 miles. But I think they just wanted it to be beyond 50 miles. So we're doing those kinds of things. We're going to go to the teacher fairs this year. We haven't been doing that.
Okay. Great, great strat. All of those are great strategies, and I commend you for that, because again, in the past it has been very difficult, but those things were not in place. One last thing about special education. So with that, what just an estimate percentage of students fall under that umbrella?
We have about 120 SPED district-wide. So we have two campuses, one in Blytheville, one in Helena, K through 12, we have pre-K in Helena. And as of a week ago, 1,078 students, the majority of those in Helena, majority of the special eds in Helena. We've also, since last year, tried to do a better job of screening those kids so they're not all thrown into special ed. So we have more 504s. We're trying to be very intentional about implementing the state's dyslexia programs and with the resources there. Some of it, but I think we're guilty, along with probably other schools, of throwing kids into SPED that didn't really need to be there. That wasn't fair to them because it didn't give them the best services to what they needed. But anyway, that's where we are.
I appreciate that. As a former special education teacher, I appreciate that you have already headed off two of my other questions. So thank you for that. Staffing for that in SPED is even harder than a classroom teacher. So I'm guessing you're doing the same types of things.
In Helena, we've been successful. We used the J1 visa program. In Blytheville, we're having a harder time.
Okay.
So we're having to support Blytheville by driving back and forth up there. Ms. Rattler, who's here, does that.
ASU helping out with that, A-State?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But
maybe that'll have some potential.
no, that is we don't have as many SPED students there, but still. We had the J1 visa had an issue. It wasn't anything terrible, but it kept him from getting here on time. And then we had another special ed teacher whose husband, nothing related to the school, had some legal issues going on, and she had to move. So just things that happen. But you're right, that is the biggest challenge. So we're pretty good in Helena, but Blytheville, we're having to support Blytheville from Helena.
Well, you're making strides in the right direction, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate everything that you've presented. Love your alumni engagement idea, and highlighting that at the end as well. So hats off on the work that you've done, and that continued work with the department and others to support, I think is probably critical, but appreciate all you've done. That's
Thank
it for
you.
me.
So I was there when KIPP started, and Ernest and Kathy Cunningham, Scott Showery, leaders in Helena, West Helena, at the train station with the 5th grade class. I financed your school building across the street on Cherry Street.
Yeah.
You guys have my heart. You've also got a piece of my soul, and you've lost your way, but it looks like you're coming back. You've got to succeed. You've got to figure it out, and do whatever it takes to educate children, because they can do well. I saw it. They can do very well. So after having said that, I guess a couple questions. So in the breakup with KIPP, how does it work financially? Is there a penalty I mean, are y'all just walking away free and clear, or is there some
It's
ongoing
free and
financial-
clear. This is the first year we haven't borrowed money, operating money. We in the last couple of years before I got there, they did from the KIPP Foundation. This year, we didn't need to borrow the money, and it just was a cash flow management issue more than anything. And they waived the loan that we had outstanding with them, which is part of that 2.2 million resolution I mentioned. So actually, we're good. We're not going to owe them anything, and they're not going to owe us anything.
And they're not going to pay anymore, so.
They're not requesting any ownership in anything, and I don't, and I think that would be.
As you look at your ability to fund the school without KIPP's help going forward, how does that look?
Well, again, financially, except for those years when they needed a loan, which was the last 2 or 3 before this last summer, it was good because those directors felt like they needed loans to make it through the summer. But it was mostly, and you should probably understand this more than anybody from seeing it all the time, mostly a cash flow and a cash management lack of management ability is all it really was. From an asset point of view and a cash flow point of view, if it's managed correctly, which we did this year, there's no need for that operating loan in the summer, and we didn't need it. Going forward, we're looking at $170,000 in materials that they require us, they give us, and then we turn around and buy from their vendors, and financially, we're not gonna miss a beat.
Okay. Are you gonna keep the Blytheville school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is on the board now? Is it all Helena, West Helena people, local people?
We have Mr. Cotton, he's the vice chancellor of the UAPB, but he's a native of West Helena. He lives in Pine Bluff. And we have our circuit court judge, who was probably there the day you were.
Brian Miller?
I'm sorry?
Brian Miller?
No, he's a federal judge now. Chalk Mitchell, who's a district court judge, he's still on the board. He's from Helena. We've got another board member from West Helena and a board member from Forest City, and we are trying to recruit from Mississippi County to replace some board members up there that we did a year ago when we did some of the leadership changes. So we went from, just for your own information, one of the questions I would ask if I were you is, how often does your board meet, and are they all virtual meetings? Our board for a long time met virtually every 3 months. It's very difficult to manage anything that way. The KIPP Foundation came in and sort of ran it really, and this is what happens. And I really think with any charter management organization, they can't really run the school and make it successful in the long run. And so now, Mr. Cotton, our Chairman Cotton, we have monthly meetings. Every third meeting is in person, and we've been implementing those things. And we've had community meetings in both Blytheville and Helena a couple of times. And they've been doing the board development. We've had strategic planning. We've had budget workshops. All that stuff you want to see a real board do. And our board meetings include real stuff, real oversight. And to the extent that now I'm kind of wishing they would lay off a little bit now.
Well, I appreciate Chairman Cotton being here, sir. Thank you for coming. And my final question is, as you all look out at the future, what are your 3 biggest challenges that you think you have to overcome?
To me, the big challenge that faces all schools, as you all know, is enrollment. And that's something that pretty much every school, even not in the Delta, deal with. I believe the answer for our school is that to be that school that you remember, which is the best possible school, the best option. And we believe all parents, including parents in the Delta, including children in the Delta, should have as much money as we spend on public education, should have an alternative or an option of a good school. If they're not interested in an education for their kid, then we can't make them do that. But I don't believe that's true. I think they all do, but they have to have an option. And if you don't have the resources, or you can't move for some reason, and sometimes it's difficult in poor areas especially, you still deserve, and the best way to get not out of that region, but out of your poor circumstances is education. But you have to provide it, make that option available. KIPP Delta has done that for a long time. In the last 5-6 years, as you said, we lost our way. But we're back, and we think the best way to go forward is to get back to being the best possible option and have excellent education available for all kids in the Delta. And we've already proven Delta kids can learn. We proved it before, but we just proved it this year with those 2 B schools, one in Mississippi County and one in Phillips County. We can do that everywhere, but it takes strong leadership. And you know, you can have all the great systems in the world. You can have a great system, and if you have the wrong people in those systems, it will not work. You can have the worst system in the world, but if you have the right people, you can make it work, and everything in between. So focusing on the right people and how to sustain that going forward is not easy, but that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Thank you for your presentation and for your transparency and identifying areas for improvement. So my information is more comment than question, but in the future, when you share data, I would appreciate on like the academic data for ELA, math, and science, if it could be disaggregated by campus instead of just as a whole, because that doesn't really tell me a lot when it's all put together without that breakdown. And then also compare it to the state, because when I saw the grade levels that did drop from 24 to 25, it made me question, well, did the state drop? You know, was that something to do with the test? So I pulled up the state level data and looked at that and compared, and the state didn't drop. So then I'm curious, you know, why in certain grade levels did from 24 to 25 drop as you're making these changes. So just in the future, more details when you are sharing that would be helpful. A little more labels on those charts as well would be helpful. So that's one thing. And then as we look at the letter grades, I think about the changes in the letter grade calculations and the business rules for the state. And you know, right now we're going through the transition as we move towards merit distinction being part of the letter grade full blast for high schools. But I'm really concerned and wondering about the opportunities that your high school students have to earn merit distinction, because I know we're looking at really the foundational math, science, literacy components right now, and having qualified teachers in every classroom, you know, those are really foundational things to be successful. But as we look at opportunities for students, do they have accelerated learning opportunities that will be required for them to earn merit or distinction, such as concurrent credit opportunities or the H2 pathways for CTE with industry recognized credentials. So curious if that's been part of your planning as you move forward as well, because that will have a huge impact being 1/9 of your letter grade, as well as we just want students to have those opportunities.
Absolutely, and the answer is yes. We are doing those things, and we've entered into agreements even before the state, or even without the state emphasis. We were doing that anyway. And one of the things that the KIPP Foundation did give us is the KIPP through college KIPP Forward model, which is a whole office dedicated to what you're talking about, of staff. It's not just the counselor traditional role, but other staff whose main job it is to follow those students, really starting at least in the 10th grade, moving up to graduation. And yes, we are providing those opportunities, and they weren't getting them before. Even though we had the program, it had been changed to fit other things. They weren't following that. They didn't have the expectations, to be honest. They were saying things like, the best they can do is at 15. So we better get them enlisted. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being enlisted. There's not. But it's not the only path. And you don't give up on them that quickly. And so we've had to change the culture. But we have an entire program, and what we want to see going forward is a more robust program when it comes to that. And not just for the letter grade, we ought to, but because the state's decided to emphasize those things, our school ought to shine better than anybody's, because we were already doing that. We used to get money from the foundations to teach other schools how to do that, long before it was cool, I guess you'd say. And then we lost our own way and weren't doing it. And now we're back to doing it. The short answer is to your, and I can get our chief academic officer up here if you need some specifics on which classes or pathways. But yes, we are, but on steroids in both campuses.
Well, that's really great to hear.
With both community colleges.
Okay. And yesterday, I had the privilege of being in Mississippi County on the Steel to Cotton tour and visiting industry partners. And one in particular that we visited, High Bar, is eager and hungry to partner with local K-12 campuses, because they know that pipeline starts early on, and the opportunities for not just a livable wage, but a life-changing wage, higher than most college graduates in the area would have, is just right there at your back door. So whatever we can do for students to realize those opportunities and to have work-based learning experiences and exposure to what's right there in Mississippi County, just could really change the trajectory of a lot of lives that have been part of generational poverty. So thank you for all you're doing.
Dr.
Really
Moore.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dr. Shears Duncan.
Dr. Shears.
So I don't have any questions at this time, and I agree with what has been surfaced here by the panel. It would be incredible to hear about what I anticipate will be your continued growth in these schools as you make these changes. And so I guess I do have a question. What might make sense given your continuous improvement cycle right now? What might make sense to come back here and be able to report out to us some of that continued improvement?
In terms of how would we like to do it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yes.
I mean, we always want an opportunity to brag on ourselves, you know, if we're doing great, and we are doing great. We got a long way to go in a lot of things, special education and recruitment, and we want to see enrollment. It's difficult to, in the best of circumstances, enrollment's tough, and y'all already know that. We want to be that exceptional school to get there, but we're not there. So we still have a lot to do. As far as methodology or timing or anything, it really 6 months, a year, quarterly, whatever y'all want us to do, we'll be here. You tell us what you want, and we'll do it. Maybe 6 months, since it's the first time not being KIPP in 20-something years. And then annual, and then, or quarterly, whatever y'all say. We'll be here every month if you want us to.
So thank you for that. So 6 months sounds reasonable to me, and I'm just curious from others.
Bryce looking at me. Any more questions or comments?
I have no further questions or comments. Thank you.
So I also echo that I feel like that there is a need for us to have regular updates on the progress of your school. I probably would do, in my one opinion, a little sooner than 6 months. Just because, just from some of your comments, you spoke to that in February you have like a milestone of what you need to meet as it relates to special education. I'd like to kind of have an update at that point on where are we with that piece, because that's pretty important to make sure that we have kind of resolved those issues. The longer that those push out, that's more students going through the pipeline that are not adequately supported, and that just continues to perpetuate other issues that you may have in your
He'll be
system.
back in February, no problem.
So that's something I guess we'll have to further discuss as a panel, but I think that that would be helpful just for us to be able to see that. And definitely appreciate your role and Mr. Cotton's role in coming and being a part of this conversation.
He's being bashful. I'm not exactly sure why. Not usually.
But if we do a little bit of like future forecasting and looking at what's in store for your system, and reflecting back to a comment that you made that is very on point. We see a lot of times that we provide a lot of supports to districts, and we work really hard to get them back on track. Then they get back on track and take off the training wheels, and then they're back off again. So when you are thinking about your current situation and where you need to go, what do you see as a plan outside of making sure you're recruiting good teachers, but good leadership in your area? What's your leadership capacity to be able to carry this forward so that 3-4 years from now, we're not back here having a similar conversation about there's some challenges that need to be addressed?
Dr. Wright, I think that's the billion-dollar question, isn't it? I think any school that goes through that. I believe if we're doing our job now, we're going to have that pipeline, in 5-6 years. But the bigger question, or answer to that question, I believe, might be, I don't want to give a short, pat answer. I think that's a deeper answer that requires more than just my opinion. I would really be able to contribute a lot to that opinion, I think, and our experience too. I would love to see our school lead an effort to answer that question a little more deeper and more broadly with maybe our partners, APSRC, some of the other funders out there, to discuss that very thing, because there is a way to do it. There are some things you have to have for it to happen, and I think a lot of it could be applied. And I'm nothing against charter management organizations, but we've had a 24-year marriage with that, and there are limitations. It's things they just can't do. They can do a lot of things. There's some things they just can't do, and what they can't do is provide that ownership and that passion at the local level for that institution to provide those services for their local kids year in, year out, over time. So I would love to be a leading part of a deeper discussion about that answer.
Yeah, because I fully understand what you're saying there as well, is that when you're working with the CMO, that they have like this structured box that you work within, but sometimes that structured box helps to provide the model that is necessary to be successful. So I'm just also wanting to kind of get a sense, once you guys have an opportunity to work outside of that box, what is going to ensure that there's this model that's going to be in place that's going to be successful, I guess is the question I'm also trying to get to.
Well, the biggest model, as far as I'm concerned, is that last slideshow. If we are producing kids and maybe they go off to, I think one of those went to, our mayor went to Colby, his assistant went to Hendricks. They came back, and our mayor was living in New York City, married a New York City girl who'd never been out of New York City hardly, and that was not easy, getting her to come to Helena, Arkansas. But she is now the community librarian and taking that over, which was, I'm not going to say it was dying, but it was not exactly. And now it's becoming an amazing thing because she's there. And she's there because she's married to him. And they met at college, and so that's how you do it. That's not a really simple formula, except that our kids in our school now could be those kids in the future. And I think we are attracting. We started alumni very vigorous, trying to be very vigorous alumni program, whereas before my predecessors prohibited an alumni program. Why they did that, I still don't know. But we want that, sort of like you see an alumni at your university and how they try to keep you in that pipeline. Making sure they know that they're needed, wanted. They came back because they cared. That's why. Not because they couldn't be anywhere they wanted to be, but because they cared. And that is a hard thing to find in a formula or a process on paper. It's difficult. Some places are hard to love. Helena is hard to love. I'm born and raised native. It is hard to love my hometown, and I love it. I love it, and that's why I'm there. I have a lot of friends that graduated from college would think I'm nuts for moving back there. So how do you make that happen? That's not something that's easy to write on the formula, but I think that you can do it.
May I interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
Daryl Smith, Department of Education. I think to answer your question and also to just continue on with what the chairman's going to say or mention here in just a second is that the goal of the department, not only in the charter world but also as the state, is if there's support going to be added, which obviously right now there is a lot of support happening with KIT. There's a lot of support from APSRC. There's a lot of support from the department to make sure that we're creating that foundational structure. the goal for all of this is to eventually say, you've got to walk on your own. And so part of our goal over the next couple of years is to ensure that they have the infrastructure and the capacity to walk on their own, which I think was addressing your question. It was like, so what are you going to do? So, well, that's part of our help too. That's part of that support structure to say, you got to do it. Yeah, we're going to give you the model. We're going to make sure you have all the right pieces. We're going to train those pieces to do the things that have been successful, so that where we've seen success, fix the things that haven't been successful, and then take our hands off. We'll kind of be right behind you a little bit. We're going to take our hands off, and we're going to let you ride the bike. And we're going to make sure that you're riding the bike and making sure that you feel confident and that you can continue to sustain this for years and years to come without all of this heavy support on the bottom. And so I think, obviously they're willing to do that. They've already shown a willingness to accept feedback and to accept that support. Our goal is basically to give them what they need, but also then to start weaning them off of that support and training them and giving them the capacity so that they can, run on their own. So.
Thank you.
George Cotton, Board Chair. In answer to your question, and Kevin's right, I had decided I wasn't going to say anything until the last comment you made. I guess the thing that I want to emphasize is what Mr. Baldwin said earlier. We do take very seriously the fact that we had lost our way. And when I was here last year, one of the things I committed was that when we came back, we would not be in the same place that we were last year, and we're not. But I also wanted to point out that there are several things that we have done and will continue to do that really get to your point. One, Kevin and I have begun extensive conversations with additional foundations to make sure that we bring additional resources to the table. As a matter of fact, we had a very extensive and I think a very positive conversation with folks at the Walton Foundation about 3 weeks ago. We will be expanding those conversations with additional foundations and corporations. But the other thing that we can't get away from is, the demographics of the Delta has changed. When I was a student there, it was one of the most vibrant places really in eastern Arkansas. But when you look at the enrollment cliff and how many fewer students are going off to college, we're impacted by that. But we're sensitive to that. But at the same time, we also are aware that we've got to put in place the resources, the staff, and we're convinced that we've got the staff who know what they're doing. But the board is also committed to making sure we're doing our part. The other part of that is making sure that they have the discretionary dollars to make sure that we recruit and bring talent to the table. We're putting incentive dollars on the table to help recruit additional talent. So we're very sensitive to that, and we're putting in place those things that we think are necessary to bring people to the Delta, because it is difficult. Housing shortage is real. The quality of life, I still am back and forth at home at least once a month. So we're sensitive to that. We're putting the additional dollars in that are necessary to bring people into the area, and we're constantly also reassessing and asking ourselves what staffing changes need to be made to make sure that, again, we have a model that's right. We also believe that, and we told the folk at KIPP this, that we think they've made their move too soon. We think they're going to resent the fact that they left KIPP at the time when not only test scores are going up, but additional resources are coming in and people are paying attention to it. So we take very seriously the commitment that people like you believed in us, and we intend to get that confidence back. So, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have any other questions. I just reiterate, I feel like we do need to have a revisit. And just for me, special education is one that I'm going to want an update on. And then also, I know you had mentioned the elementary school. You feel like we had a dip because of the 5th grade teacher was missing, but just want a little bit more detail of what the plan looks like for that. Because again, when you're talking about those foundational levels, building upon, we want to make sure we really tackle those. So that would be what I wanted to see in any follow-up conversations. All right. Any other questions from panel members or any other discussion on the presentation? And the discussion on the amendment? Okay. If not, I will then accept a motion on the open enrollment charter school amendment request of KIPP Delta.
So I motion to approve the amendment request for the name change and the disaffiliation with KIPP.
Second.
I do have a discussion that I would like to have a stipulation that there is a time for them to come back, at least by February with a follow-up report. That's my comment.
So I motion to approve the amendment request with the name change and the disaffiliation, and to report back by February of 2026 with the level of specificity here requested by the panel.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Brashears Duncan and a second by Mr. Baldwin that we accept the amendment request for the open enrollment charter school, KIPP Delta, to have a name change to disaffiliate with KIPP, and for them to come back in February 2026 with an update on requested items from the panel, which we will share with the charter office to make sure they're communicated to the charter. Okay. Does that include everything? Okay. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? None? Okay, great. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So I think we'll take a lunch now. And is lunch here? Okay, so 30 minutes, is that okay? So we're gonna recess for 30 minutes to take a lunch break, and we will be back 1:05. 1:05. And then this one. We're good. Okay, all right, we're all back, I believe, or the ones that are gonna be back.
Thank y'all for letting us eat.
Thank you.
We might get hangry. They gave us cookies too. Happy bellies.
Okay.
Sting 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're in business.
Okay, very good. So we are on to our next agenda item, district conversion charter school application, Jacksonville North Pulaski School District, Titan Learning Academy. Dr. Daryl Smith.
Welcome back, panel, from lunch. As we start the second half of our day, the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District is coming before this board to present an application to form a district conversion charter. The Titan Learning Academy is proposed to open in August of 2026. School will serve students who have not been well served in traditional settings, those who have been expelled, behind on graduation credits, otherwise high risk of disengaging. The instructional model combines in-person, virtual, and hybrid learning with standards-aligned digital curriculum at its core. Certified teachers would provide one-on-one support, continuous progress monitoring, and targeted interventions with a multi-tiered system of support. The design emphasizes restorative discipline, individualized support plans, and an active engagement from parents and guardians to stabilize and students and accelerate their learning. The intended result is a clear re-engagement pathway that enables credit recovery, supports on-time graduation, and prepares students for post-secondary education and career opportunities. And at this time, I will turn it over to the district administration.
Okay, all right. So before we get started, all those giving testimony today on behalf of Titan Learning Academy, both in person and do you have anybody online? No, okay. Please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear that the testimony or statement you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Okay, thank you. You may begin. You have 20 minutes for your presentation.
I was about to say good morning, but good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Jeremy Owa, Superintendent for Jacksonville North Pulaski School District. Just a quick background. This is our 10th year, and we're approaching our 10th year of operation, but when we started the district almost 10 years ago, it was created and actually fought for by the community and created by the legislators, you all, the State Department, and then our school board members to ensure that we provide instructional options for all of our students, not just a certain population or a certain group, but for all of our students. And as we continue to grow the district, our objective has been to look at our instructional options to ensure that we're meeting the needs and learning styles of all of our young people. And so before you is our application for the Titan Learning Academy that's already established, and we have 1240 waivers in place, but as those sunset, we want to make sure we continue to provide this flexible, non-traditional learning option, instructional option for our young people. And so that's what you have before you. And before I continue, I would like to say that officially we would like to rescind the first two waiver requests that are centered on attendance. So we are not going to move forward with those. We will have a way of assessing and obtaining attendance as our young people move through that learning option. But again, we like to present this to you so that we can continue to provide this flexible, non-traditional learning options all under one roof, 6th grade through 12th grade for our scholars in the Jacksonville community. I have with me our principal, April Turner of the Titan Learning Academy, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Amanda Picard, and then our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Janice Walker. I'm going to now bring up Mrs. Turner so she can go in more detail about the instructional setup.
Hello. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Well, my name is April Turner, and I am the principal at Titan Learning Academy. I wanted to just kind of briefly show you guys what our current model is. Our current model is that we have all of these great programs in different areas of our district. Currently, like K-5, traditional ALE is at Bobby G Elementary School. Titan Learning Academy currently holds 612 traditional ALE, 9 through 12 ALE hybrid program, and then we also provide credit recovery. Our professional development center, it has our K-12 Expel scholars. And of course, they have the opportunity to have credit recovery as well. And then they also hold our 612 virtual students as well. And of course, our virtual model has, as Dr. Owa said, our the waivers that's currently going to be this school year, 2026. And we have the World Language Lab that our Professional Development Center holds, and our central office actually has holds the programs K-12, Titan Homeschool, and which is an MOU with Arkansas Public School Resource Center, and our GED, our adult learning. And we also have that MOU with Pulaski County adult education. What we are trying to do, we are actually trying to put all of these programs under the one umbrella at Titan Learning Academy. And as you see now, this is our proposed conversion charter. And what this will allow, not only will having our own LEA allow us funding, for one thing, it will allow us funding, but it will also ensure that our students have the ensure that we can track our students' data. Because right now, alternative learning, we receive students from Jacksonville Middle School and Jacksonville High School. It is hard to track that data when it's in two different places. Having one LEA will ensure that we can track their academics along with their attendance as well, to ensure that they have the best possible education. We also allow flexible, non-traditional learning options under this one umbrella. We limit the barriers of our students to move between the options. So for instance, we have virtual students that are virtual, but they still want to be under a pathway at our high school. So we still allow them to be able to take those courses at the high school, but still be virtual students. We also provide acceleration options. Just like our students at the high school, our virtual program will be the only program in Jacksonville that will allow our students to accelerate. And so we will increase graduation rates. In fact, currently we are 100%, 98% graduation. All of our students have graduated, and 98% of our seniors graduated last year. And so this is the Titan Learning Academy organizational chart that we are functioning under currently, and nothing will change with that. And of course, this is our district's multi-tiered support system. Does anyone have any questions?
Time off. Okay. Before we start with questions, I'll ask Ms. Rainey from legal to come forward and let us know if there's any concerns that we need to be aware of. And then also, I think we just may need to make sure for the record that it's reported with legal that you guys are rescinding those two waivers.
Yes, hi, Julia Rainey, AD. We agree that, with the withdrawal request, we have no more legal concerns as long as they withdraw their request for the first and second waivers regarding attendance.
And you want us to confirm that again? Yes.
Thank you. Jeremy Owa, Superintendent. We are withdrawing those two waiver requests, request number 1 and request number 2 that center on attendance.
Okay, great. So we're all in agreement. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, questions. I will start with Bob. Yes.
I don't have any questions.
No questions? Okay. Dr. Moore?
one question, I think it may just be the use of the word, but when you said virtual is the only program that allows students to accelerate, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by when you say that acceleration?
In our school district, so our scholars can, our virtual learning, they can work at their own pace, and so they can accelerate from one class to another.
Okay.
Does
But
that
not
answer?
not like the new definition of accelerated learning.
No, no, ma'am.
All that. Okay.
No.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. And then so, and this is a nuance that you probably just said and I didn't catch. Just to be clear, will all these be now in the same building? Are you physically moving everyone to the same location as well?
We're currently already in one building outside of the virtually expelled, of course. You know, the virtual will be virtual, but we will also have Titan Learning, the homeschool program. They can visit our site. Currently, it's at our central office site.
Well, the one slide that you showed with the current programs that had Bobby G. Lester Elementary, Titan Learning Academy, Professional Development Center, Central Office.
That was our current model, and it is our current model at this time. So our K-12 traditional ALE, I mean our K-5, it still will be at Bobby G. Lester.
Okay.
Ours is just, we're just asking for 6-12.
Okay.
Does
so
that make sense?
I guess that was my confusion then. So K-5, nothing's gonna change with K-5?
No, ma'am.
Because the proposed conversion charter does not have
It
grades on it.
doesn't have a number on it, but it is only going to be our secondary, which is 6-12.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Dr. Moore, Jeremy Norwood, Superintendent. On the front page of the contract, it does say the anticipated grade levels are 6th grade through 12th grade. So those are the grades that we're asking for
Okay,
this conversion.
so K-5 just won't be changing at all. Okay. Thank you. And then, I didn't see this on there, and once again, I apologize if I'm overlooking it. Between the presentations and the waivers and the application, sometimes I might overlook something. On your virtual students, can you speak to the current head count, anticipated head count? Because we know that throughout our state, virtual is not the best option typically. So can you speak to how many students are part of that?
Our head count for virtual, our cap is 75. We currently have around 70 students that's in our virtual program right now.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So, thank you for what you're doing for non-traditional students. I'm a former non-traditional high school and college student, and so it's always just really great to hear about those kiddos being served.
Thank you.
Yes, on your proposed conversion charter slide, you mentioned limiting barriers for scholars to move between options. Might you speak to that a bit more?
Yes, and so as you know, our alternative learning environment, our students are not geared to stay in that position or in that environment forever. It's just we always call it a vacation, so to speak. They're just there to ensure that we give them the social behavior, or academic skills that they're lacking. Once they've met their goals, we do transition them to our traditional schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, what are some of the behavioral supports within your MTSS?
Okay, well, first off, we have a behavior interventionist that's there on site that will assist our students when they are having moments of, they need moments of support in their behavior. But we also train all of our staff. They're trained to assist students when they're having those moments. When we meet with our students and develop their placement, when we have their placement meetings, in their goals, they set up what their goals are, but we do look at interventions that will work for them. And so when we look at those interventions, one thing that most of our scholars say is that they need a cool down. When they're upset, they need a place where they can go to kind of decompress, like all of us, right? And so we provide them that opportunity. They have a safe place in our school where they go to cool down. Once they've done that, that's their pass to see either the counselor, myself, my dean, or our behavior interventionist, and we allow them to go back to class at that point.
Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Dr. Bacon?
Thank you so much. I think I just have a couple of questions. Help me understand the rationale for pursuing conversion charter at this time. I think I heard you say you have 1240 waivers that are going away, but just sort of what's the background and rationale for pursuing this as a conversion charter?
So our 1240 waivers, they are going away as you spoke about. However, we want to ensure that our scholars have the best opportunity. And sometimes that opportunity, their opportunity doesn't look traditional in a regular traditional school. We are trying to provide students that have high social behavioral needs, the ability to complete graduation, and as well as virtually, we have a lot of students that are working. If you look at our I'm sorry, give me just a moment. If you look at our students' backgrounds, a lot of our students are working.
Right.
They're, it's not by once, they have to. And we want to provide them the opportunity to finish strong and give them a solid foundation. In our building, we also have trained our students for work-based training. And so they actually come in and they provide our students virtually, our hybrid students and our ALE students, with the training that they're going to need to go to work and be successful in the workforce right after graduation.
So what are the real advantages to this being a conversion charter?
So
I'm just trying to get to figuring
so
out
it's to
if this is
increase
the
our
only way to
graduation.
is this the only way to accomplish what you're hoping to accomplish is as a conversion charter, or yeah. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the background for the thought.
Amanda Picard, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'll help answer this one because I was there when we started this a few years ago, and the advice that we received from the person working with us from the charter unit was that we could do virtual and do virtually expelled, give all the virtual services to our students under the waivers that we held. But when the waivers expired, we had to have new waivers to replace those waivers, and that the only way to now do that, since those were sunsetting, was to apply for a conversion charter. So that way we could get those waivers for the virtual programs to continue.
Okay.
So that is where that came from.
I appreciate that. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
So we are trying to continue on.
Absolutely. Okay. The only other question I have is really not directly related to this request, but just for my benefit, I know a few months back there was an article in the paper, on the newspaper, about you all engaging with Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter. What's the status of that? Is that over? Is that an ongoing conversation?
Yes, we have officially not chosen not to pursue that at this time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, again, thank you for your presentation and providing additional details on the why behind why you're wanting to move in this direction. Just a couple of questions. When students are in the ALE environment, can you speak a little bit on what CTE is going to look like for them? And then also too, I know that we have a partnership with your district where your Jobs for Arkansas Graduates program is available for students that are in the traditional high school. It has been in the past available through an ALE, but I'm not quite sure if that's still in place. Does that program have a role in this conversation? Because it looks like a lot of what you are wanting to accomplish can be accomplished through a partnership with that program. I'm just trying to see what the plan is there.
Okay, so I can speak to your first question.
Okay.
We do provide CTE opportunities at our school. The students that want to be in that pathway, they can also go, that's why we have that hybrid virtual model. They can also participate at the high school level. Our ALE students, what they receive is at work placement based training.
And so they come in and we do a survey to see what their interests are. We have those industries to come in and speak to our students, let them know what they're going to need, and at that point, our work placement teacher works with them and develop a partnership between the employer and the student.
So while they're in the ALE environment, they still have access to a pathway?
Absolutely.
But the pathway is offered at the traditional high school? I'm trying to understand that.
It is, and so when our students go back to the traditional high school, they haven't missed anything. They can just step right back into that model, and so it's not like they've missed anything.
But while they're in the ALE environment, how is that being provided? I guess that's my question.
Our work placement teacher.
So the work-based learning experience, that is the way that they're connected to the
Yes, ma'am.
pathway.
Mm-hmm.
So for your students that are not at the grade level to where they would be in a work-based learning experience, say like your 9th, 10th graders, what does CTE look like for them being engaged in a pathway?
Well, they do work with the work-based placement teacher. She just provides them with a career, with all those soft skills that they're going to need to be successful.
Okay.
And so in our high school, in 9th grade, our students aren't in a pathway yet. They don't really declare a pathway until their 10th grade year.
So Jeremy, I was superintendent, as Ms. Turner was just mentioning about 9th grade, that's when they start the freshman seminar.
Okay.
So they get,
So you're using the academy model?
we are the academy, so we
Okay.
are College and Career Academy, so
Okay.
all of our freshman scholars are in that freshman seminar, so they get snippets of all of the pathways, so they learn so they can actually choose the pathway of choice after their 9th grade year. They also participate because of our partnership with the Academies of Central Arkansas with the freshman exposure events that they have during that time as well. And then, of course, the speakers from the industry leaders or industry sector come during that freshman seminar. So then so that they can make a well-informed decision after that 9th grade year. So that's what Mrs. Turner at the Titan Learning Academy also emulates with that teacher at the 9th grade level.
So, hate to keep asking this question.
Yeah.
Okay, but so the foundational course in a CTE pathway, they can take that at a 9th or 10th grade level, any student can.
Absolutely.
So the students that are at the Titan Academy, do they have access to those foundational courses, or do they only have access to it if they're at the traditional school?
No, they have access to those courses, and they also have access to all the field trips and all the everything that they're receiving at the high school, they're receiving at Titan Learning Academy.
Okay, all right, that helps me. And then my second part of my question is about your JAG program. So I know that we recently had some of your students come to our Leadership Academy at the end of last month. Hopefully they enjoyed it. But I don't know if we have that level of engagement with the ALE. And so I'm wondering, is that going to be a part of this model, or is it something that you guys are looking at or considering? Because again, it's similar to if students are engaged in a JAG program at their traditional high school and for whatever reason they have to take a step back and go to an ALE, when they come back, are they going to lose that connective piece if it's not available at their ALE also?
Yes, ma'am. Instead of us using JAG at our ALE campus this year, we chose to use a work-based learning,
Okay.
which provides the same skills as JAG.
Yes, no. Somewhat. So they do get the work experience, but with JAG, because of the intentional population that they're focusing in on, which is really that ALE population in many cases, not all, it provides that additional layer of support as well. So I would encourage you to look at that again, because I know that we have some of our districts that think it has to be an either or, and it doesn't have to be. It can be both and.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have just two quick questions. And you may not be able to answer one of them. It might be something that our charter group has to answer. Have our ALE folks at DESE reviewed this? Okay, and so their concerns have been addressed. All right. And then my second question, and I'm not highly knowledgeable of the nuances of ALE and how students may flow in and out of that. since the accountability for this will be a separate LEA, and those students are moving in and out.
Yes.
Can you speak to how that's gonna work for the accountability for those students? Like, at what point are they tied to their home campus as opposed to tied to the ALE?
Okay.
LEA?
So that has
Lots of
been a
letters of
question that I've
ALE.
had as well. And, you know, when at the end of the year, they're going to take the ATLAS exam, right? Those whichever students are at our campus, that their test scores will be tied to us. The thing about our district is that all of my teachers are certified to teach. And we also have CTMs throughout our district that will ensure that our teachers are teaching the exact same curriculum that they're teaching at the middle school building as well as the high school building. And so they will not miss anything as far as curriculum goes.
Dr. Moore, to add to that, our students, and Ms. Turner can share this, we don't allow them to go back and forth at unreasonable or just random times of the school year, and so like semester breaks, and so that when they have finished a course, that grade can transfer with them back to the middle school or to the high school, so it's a seamless transition because it's at an obvious break of the school year.
Okay.
So they can go back and forth.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the panel? Okay. All right, if there are no further questions, and this time I'll entertain a motion.
Move that we approve the conversion charter request for the Jacksonville Titan Academy.
A second.
Okay, there is a motion by Dr. Bacon, a second by Dr. Moore, that we approve the request from Jacksonville Titan Academy to become a district conversion charter. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Is there any discussion or any more questions on the motion? Okay. All in favor, aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? Okay, very good, motion passes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I believe that now moves us to the consent agenda. And Mr. Freddie Scott, the Charter Office, is going to present on that item.
Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice and Parent Empowerment. Dr. McMurray and the panel members, you have a couple of items on the consent agenda before you. The first one is the August 7th, which is a result of something that was identified in the September 19th CAP meeting. It's been corrected and edited, so you have both minutes before you for your consideration. And for the record, the edit was Dr. Stewart was not here and she was identified, but she was not here at the August 7th meeting, and so that was corrected.
That's okay. I'm glad it's not just me. I was going through like, oh, this is not it. This is not it. I was like, oh.
That's fine. It's on the board book online. I'll put that in the chat in case anybody needs it. Are we reviewing both minutes or just the minutes that already had corrections?
We're gonna first accept the August 7th, and then we'll do the
Okay.
19th, because they're two separate items.
Yes.
Okay.
So I move to accept the edit to the August 7th minutes.
I second.
So there's a motion by Dr. Bashir Duncan and a second by Dr. Bacon that we accept the edit to the August 7th minutes. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? Okay, ayes have it, so they are accepted as amended. And then the next item is the September 19th minutes. And once you've had a chance to review, if there's no revisions, then I'll accept a motion to accept those.
I don't think that you will mind that in the bullet points in the call to order, your first name is not included, but everyone else's first name is included, so I don't know if that is corrected or not.
Doesn't mean I'm not held accountable for whatever happened.
It's not that, Dr. Rodney, but. I move that we accept the September Charter Authorizing Panel minutes.
I second that.
So we have a motion by Dr. Moore, a second by Dr. Bashir Duncan. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, questions? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? Okay, they are accepted. Okay, next item, we have updates from Iota Community Schools.
Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice and Parent Empowerment. The first report is from Iota Community Schools, and just from a background check perspective, just as a reminder, the school was first approved by the CAP on October 15th of 2024 to start two schools, one K-5 and another 6-8. And then on July 17th of this year, the CAP approved the decision to defer the start into the 26-27 school year, but also come back to provide a report. And that's why representing Iota Community Schools is Ms. Jacquel Rogers to report on the status of their schools.
You're recognized if you would restate your name for the record.
Good afternoon, I'm Jacquel Rogers, the Executive Director for Iota Community Schools. So I came in July and we asked to push back our start a year for school year 27. But the issue at the time was a facility. And so we definitely have an update that we're really excited about. Next slide. So we are Iota Community. Oh, I have clickers. Well, thank you. That's our mission and our vision. So our mission at Iota Community Schools is creating access to comprehensive opportunities as we embrace each student and prepare them for life through innovative and transformative academics while building sustainable pathways to economic growth. So Iota Leadership Academy, K-5 and 6-8, we are working with the Walton Personal Philanthropy Group,
and the University of Arkansas Little Rock to occupy 2801 South University Avenue, Little Rock. And it is the former ESTEM Charter High School and will be the permanent home for IOTA Leadership Academy. And so pictured here is that facility. And so we are working with the Walton Philanthropy Group and Euler to for an agreement to begin in school year 27. And so we believe we will be ready to launch at that time. And so I just wanted to address a few things. We are also working on board members. We had a waiver because we currently have a board in Tennessee. We are a CMO based in Tennessee, and we currently have a board, but we are currently vetting members here in Arkansas because we believe it's very important to have voices from the Arkansas community to serve on our board. We actually have 2 principal candidates. We are in the process of interviewing in the first week of December. I have a meeting with the Euler team tomorrow morning to discuss what the partnership will look like. And so we've already begun the hiring process. Our recruiter is meeting with candidates weekly. We've also begun our marketing campaign, and we're excited to begin in the fall of 2027.
Dr. Bacon?
I'm pretty familiar with that building.
Yes.
On the oil campus. Just curious what modifications, if any, need to be made. I know you're going from high school students to elementary.
Yes,
Just,
yes,
I mean, anything
quite a
that
few.
you could tell us
Well,
about.
not quite a
Right,
few. Well,
right.
we're in the process of doing a traffic study because, of course, different ways of entry and exit and access to the building. We're working with the original architect and to incorporate a playground, of course,
Okay.
because that's important for elementary and middle school as well. And then we are going to, I think, a little unfortunately, change some of the inside spaces. One in particular is one of the science labs. It was one of the larger spaces in the building. We're going to modify that space to provide just additional like common area for students. We recognize that initially in the partnership, because it was high school, the goal was for the high school students to use campus. But we know we need a gym, we need a lunchroom, those kinds of things. And so we're going to kind of combine a few of the classrooms to have those spaces. And of course, we have to do some things, modifications to the restrooms and some of the other rooms that we looked at spaces that have water connections because you have to have the restroom for the kindergarten students. So we are working to get those modifications started in the spring.
So it sounds like you're doing the things that would be necessary to make that a standalone building for what your needs would be,
Yes.
as opposed to trying to use some of the auxiliary resource spaces that the high school at Eastham did.
Yes,
You'll be
because
doing
we're
it.
serving
Yeah,
much younger
yeah,
students,
Perfect,
it's very important to
Yeah.
keep them
yeah,
protected and
makes
keep the
sense.
space insular, yes.
yeah. And I noticed you mentioned meeting, and you said tomorrow or something with UALR,
Yes.
Dr. Drayle, Dr. Bain, and
Yes.
I'm sure they've been incredibly helpful and resourceful to you.
So this will be my
Okay.
first time meeting
Okay.
with them. The Walton Philanthropy Group has really been the liaison to this point.
Yeah.
But tomorrow is my first in-person meeting. I've submitted several documents around what I hope the partnership could be.
Perfect.
And so they were very happy with that. And so we will meet for the first time tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, you will find them to be extremely positive and
Good.
wonderful resources for your school, so good luck.
Well, that has been my experience
Yeah.
here in Arkansas, so I'm excited to move forward.
Thank you.
Dr. Walton? Mr. Walton? Hey. That elder, didn't have to go to school for it. Okay, Dr. Moore.
No, just a comment of congrats on finding a building.
Thank you.
that is so well
School
prepared.
ready, yes, yes,
that's
yes.
incredible.
We're very excited.
no questions, and just a comment, grateful that you're pursuing Arkansas folks to be a part of your board
Yes.
moving forward, and congratulations on your candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to getting updates
Yes, ma'am.
after you have your conversation and your next steps.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Next, we have updates from Pinecrest, Roselawn Academy, Fayetteville, Somerset Academy, Bentonville, and Somerset Academy, Little Rock.
Freddie Scott, Office of School Choice and Parent Empowerment. We have one group that all the individuals are joining us virtually, and representing Pinecrest, as well as the two different venues of Somerset Bentonville and Somerset Little Rock. Just from a background perspective for Pinecrest, on September 19th, 2023, CAP approved originally the charter for Pinecrest Fayetteville K-12. And then on June 18th, and that was supposed to start on for the school year 2024 through 2025. June 18th of 2024, the CAP approved the amendment request to defer school operating until 25 to 26. And then on July 17th of this year, it was a ruling to defer to 26, 27, and to provide a status report. That was for Pinecrest overview. So I won't have to come up, the same group will be providing the status report for Somerset as well. And in Somerset's case, the original CAP approval was September 17th of 2024 for a start of 2025 through 2026 in Bentonville and Little Rock. And then on July 17th of 2025, the CAP approved deferment to 2026 to 27, and also provide this status report that you'll see today. Joining us virtually will be the team for Academica, Todd German, who's the board chair of Pinecrest in Somerset, Shani Sadetsky, board member of Pinecrest, Adriel Lima of Academica, Frankie Mistra, Ruth Panita, and Carlos Alvarez.
And to help us as you are starting to speak, if you just reintroduce yourself so we can make sure we have a good sense of who's speaking on behalf of your organization.
Sounds good.
Thank you for being here today.
Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start, and then I'm Todd German. I've met you guys a number of times. We're so sorry we can't be in person. We had terrible trouble trying to get flights, but we're here for all your questions. We've got a very brief PowerPoint too, but we've made tons of progress. You know, we've struggled mightily with facilities, but we now have 3 very significant facilities under contract, and I'll let Frankie get into the details of that. A couple little things remind you, we received a large CMO grant from the government, and one thing that happened in between the last time we saw you and this time, U.S. News and World Reports came out, and we tend to do well with them, but this year of significance, Somerset had the number 1, the number 2, and the number 3 schools in Florida. And in Las Vegas, one of our elementaries is the number 1 school with the first perfect score they've ever had in their ranking system. So I just thought a neat little nugget to add. We're super excited. I'm gonna turn it over to Frankie for the PowerPoint. Hopefully this will work, and we sent hard copies for all of you just in case. So Frankie, why don't you take it away, and then we'll get through the PowerPoint and we'll be ready for any question you all may have.
Absolutely, Todd. Thank you. And again, my name is Frankie Mestre, and I'm with Academica, the educational service provider for both Somerset and Pinecrest. If we'll go to the next slide, and I'll probably skip a couple of these slides since you guys have seen these before. These are just, again, sort of a table of content. So next slide.
Somerset and Pinecrest, they're both committed to finding high-quality educational facilities that match the high-quality education that they provide. And so in doing that, obviously Somerset and Pinecrest do not want to compromise on any quality or readiness in their facility just to get the school open. They want, to continue what they've been known for nationwide. So we looked at over 25 potential locations and continue looking at locations every single month, just as a reminder of the process, ensure feasibility, timingness, readiness, and making sure that they can get open in a timely manner. And we've been looking at several options in both the Bentonville and Little Rock areas to get open in 26, 27. So from last time, there were a little bit of difference in where we are in some of the status on some of the buildings and locations that we've shown. So the Roselawn site in Rogers for Pinecrest Academy is acquired, and we'll go through some of that later. There are 2 new properties. So there's a site in the Pinnacle area of Rogers that is land that is under contract, and there is an existing building in Little Rock that is under contract as well. And then we're also negotiating a former private school space to try and get Somerset open for the 26-27 school year. This is just a map showing some of the areas and locations that we've looked through, whether they've been acquired under contract, under current negotiations, or have fallen out or are just being held onto as backup locations. Same thing for Little Rock. So here you could see some pictures of what I previously described. So the FAR building in the left is a former call center in Rogers, appropriate zoning for a school, which will be, the first floor will be renovated for a 26-27 opening for Pinecrest Academy. The second picture is that private school building that is currently under negotiations to see if we could use it either as a temporary or long-term space to get Somerset open for the 26-27 school year. The Little Rock building is under contract, currently going through due diligence to understand feasibility zone for a school. We've had pre-application meetings with the city on this property already. Doesn't look like we will be able to get renovations done for the 26-27 school year, but we are pushing to see if any of the construction there can get escalated if the property is closed upon, or find a temporary location near this site. And then the last property is the land property discussed going back to Northwest Arkansas in the Rogers area, which is a piece of land which all going well with due diligence and bearing any setbacks, building will be up for the 27-28 school year. These are the floor plans for the Roselawn building, showing what we're going to be working on and getting that first floor of that building open for the 26-27. You can see on the left-hand side, it's pretty open space right now. So getting various classrooms and spaces, cafeteria to get open. This is the timeline. So like I said, right now we're finalizing our construction plans. Plans are going into the city so that in Q1 of 2026, construction can begin. Same thing with Little Rock, updated site plan, as well as what we're looking at for a renovation for the entire square footage of the existing building here. A site plan that we're looking at for the land in Rogers. So on the north side, you can see the property gets divided in two. North side would be the elementary school. and then the south side of the property would be the secondary middle high school. And then this is just some examples of some of the existing Somerset locations so that you could see some of the quality, educational quality facilities that I discussed at the beginning and that we want to bring over here to Arkansas. And then I will let Todd take it from here.
You're muted.
You're muted, Todd.
Sorry about that, guys. Thank you, Frankie. I hate Zoom, so I like to be there in person. That was nice and concise. To recap, the Pinecrest, we are fully committed and expect to be opening the Rose Lawn next year. And then we'll definitely have the two Somersets, one Little Rock, one Bentonville open the following year, but we're trying not to overpromise. We're working hard to get some kind of temporary facility so that we could possibly have one or both of those going next year as well. And we'll start them staggered. I think I was at Shanty K through 2 the first year, and then build a year each year as we go up. Any questions from you guys?
Yes, let's see. Dr. Moore, do you want to start?
Could you just give, there's like a lot of information here. Could you just
Sure.
real quickly recap which facilities are good to go and for the upcoming school year and which are not? Like it was just a lot,
Okay, well,
so I'm sorry.
I understand. The big building, Rose Lawn in Northwest Arkansas, that will be the first Pinecrest. Pinecrest was approved, I think, a year before Somerset. It's basically just an interior renovation of the first floor, and we're very confident we'll have that done and ready to open next fall. The other two, so we're talking 3 big schools. The other 2 are Somersets. One is in Northwest Arkansas. That is bare land right now, but it is under contract. So we have to build a school from scratch. So obviously we won't be able to do that next year on that site, but we are in negotiation with a former school in Bentonville that we may be able to take over either on a temporary basis or even permanently to get open next year, but we can't promise that one. In Little Rock, we took over, we've under contract, it's a large old department store that went bankrupt a year or 2 ago, starts with a K. And that has, obviously it's pretty massive renovation inside, but the building does exist. And we like the location of Little Rock. Frankie has a lot of feelers out trying to find, again, a temporary solution to get a school going next year. But we're trying to be realistic and say it probably won't be until the following year. I hope that, so that's 3 different locations. 1 will immediate, 2 for the following year.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
I don't have any more questions at this time.
Okay. Dr. Shield,
No questions at this time, thank you.
Dr. Bacon,
I don't have any questions right now.
Mr. Baldwin.
I'm just curious, maybe walk us through some of the factors that contributed to the long nature of this process. It seems longer than what I'm used to, and I'd be curious if there was any, problems with the properties. I know you've looked at a lot of properties, but it seems like you would have found one or a couple.
Yeah, I think,
in the course of that.
Mr. Baldwin, you're exactly right. It's just been the nature of trying to buy properties of the scale. I can let Frankie, how many have we looked at? And we've worn realtors out doing some of this. Plus we're doing in the Northwest, it's a growing area, which makes it that much more difficult. We've been in bidding wars, and Little Rock has its own challenges. What do you say, Frankie or Ruth?
Yeah, correct. I mean, we've looked at various properties, over 25 properties, whether it be buildings or land. When it comes to land, as you're running through due diligence, of course, some things that could come up that aren't foreseen are some wetlands that then, reduce the acreage or make it difficult to build on the properties. Other things that come up during negotiations is that you just can't get to a price that's gonna make the school budget work at the end of the day. So then we have to back out of properties like that. Other ones, offsite issues where utilities aren't nearby, and to bring the utilities, again, would increase the budget for some of the facilities. And some of the things that we're working through, even with the existing buildings, are some of the newer storm shelter requirements that are coming up, and making sure that we either have enough property to put either a temporary storm shelter, or can we renovate a portion of the building to act as a storm shelter. So there's multiple factors that get brought into that.
But you guys feel comfortable with the statements you just gave us about one school this year or for next year, and then the other two the year after?
Yes, I mean, I'm very confident of that, and we're going to try to do a little better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your report. I did have a question, or just clarification on the slide that site summary table. Doesn't have and the last category is on hold. So does that mean you're not pursuing implementation of those? I'm just trying to get a sense of what the on hold is.
There's a mix of those. So some of them are on hold because the seller or landlord is looking to potentially lease or sell it in the future, but they're not ready right now. So we have them in the back burner for when they become available, and they will notify us when they become available. Of course, we also follow up with our brokers on that as well. And then other ones are ones that we've been in negotiations with, and the deals have fallen through, but we're monitoring to see if whatever held up that deal can be brought back up to speed for negotiations and bring it back for availability in the future.
Yeah, I guess it's important to note that these are not small acquisitions. As opposed to taking a large residential place or even a small commercial and making it a school. These buildings have footprints of tens of thousands of square feet and millions of dollars that it takes to buy them. So it's in everybody's best interest to get the schools going as quickly as possible for the children and just the investment of putting all this together. There's just not that many buildings that size that were workable. We've been through so many.
So I guess the reason why I asked that question, and it kind of goes into my next question, and I'm trying to remember the last time we had a conversation on the extension that we provided was into AY 27, I believe. Mm-hmm. So if some of these schools are attached to places that are now on hold, is that still accurate? And
no, I think we're good. We have we have 3 schools, and we have 3 pieces of property under contract order that we've already closed on. And the ones under contract, we're very confident those are going to go through. It's just a matter of where they are in the Roselawn one is a almost a move-in. We just have to put interior walls in. That's the one that will open confidently in the fall. One is a bare piece of land for the Somerset in Northwest Arkansas. That we have to build a building. We're trying to find a good temporary solution or interim school. And then in Little Rock, that is an existing department store, which again needs pretty significant renovation, but we have it under contract. And unless something goes very we're deep into the contract. We're working on closing dates for both of these. So it would take something major sideways. But getting to this point, these are the same pieces of property we were looking at and had under contract before. It's just, these are complicated real estate transactions because they're so large. And we don't want to get stuck with something that we can't run into legislative hurdles or all the other things that can happen on big projects like this. I hope that answers your question.
It does provide some additional information. So as I'm thinking about what you're saying, and then also, and I'm trying to kind of pick through all the information that was shared, there's some properties that you already anticipate you're going to have to do quite a bit of construction on to get them school ready. Yes. So it goes back to my question, do you feel like outside of the one that you said, oh yes, this one will be ready for AY 27, the ones that are still in process or that will need quite a bit of construction to get them ready, do we still anticipate those are gonna be AY 27, or are we looking at having a conversation about you requesting an extension for AY 28?
I think we're pretty confident. The department store, that one should be simple. It's just we can't get it done in time. You know, if we could open in this time next year, we would do it, but you don't want to open in the middle of the year. The building from scratch, that is still doable. We've done it numerous times. Sometimes it's a little easier to start from scratch, but it is from scratch. So that's why we're pursuing the temporary solution of that private school that we're trying to acquire. So I would say the bare land, there is a chance we'd have to come back to you, but right now we're not anticipating that. The department store, I'm very confident that we'll knock that out and get it done. We just can't, we don't think we can get it done in time. Meaning before the fall, like 6 months.
So you don't feel like you'll be able to get it done in a time for the fall, which is?
For this coming, we'll have the pine press ready this coming in the fall, for September, I guess, that when school starts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Pine press, we're very confident we'll have done for school opening in September. We've already got it. We're hiring a principal, we're starting to look at staff, get enrollment on it. The other ones, the bare land, obviously, we just can never build a building that quickly. The department store, we haven't closed on it yet. I mean, we don't want to have to say we're going to do it and then not be able to. And so we're saying both of those will go with the extension that we've already been granted of the, is that 26, 27, 28, I think is the proper one. So one school next year, the other two schools the following year. That's what we've already, you guys already granted us that.
Okay. So
And then if we can do a temporary thing, we will. And we're actively trying to do that, but we're not promising it because we've not had as good luck negotiating on those.
Okay. Possibly if someone from the charter office could just help me be reminded on where we are in all the, and I'm just trying to keep it all straight because you have several different schools and
Frankie,
buildings and all of that. I'm trying to make sure everything's attached to the right thing.
Can you pull the PowerPoint back up? It might be easier to visualize.
So, and Dr. Smith has come to the microphone. I'm not sure if you can see, so we can get some assistance with that as well.
We would have to double check. I believe the extensions all were to start the 26-27 school year. So if we were going to need to additionally extend another year for the two Somerset campuses, I believe we would have to go through another quick amendment process, or to extend that to the 27-28 school year. So I mean, I'll double check those dates, but I'm pretty sure that.
And I apologize if I misspoke.
And that's what I was recalling. So that's, I guess, part of it. Why I was asking all those questions. If we already can forecast that these buildings for these schools are not going to be ready for academic year 27, at what point do we need to have that conversation that we need to get an amendment to that? Because
yeah, I would think sooner rather than later. I mean, I think maybe just see where you're at, maybe in January or so, February on the department store. I mean, by that time you'll kind of know where you're going to, when your closing date is, once you get in the building, exactly what you feel like you can put up, and if at anything you could put up for the 26-27 school year. If you can't, you can't. Certainly don't. You want to make sure that it's it's going to be a good space for the kids, and that you've had some opportunity to do the recruitment necessary to do the the enrollment, because we should have a good strong start. So it sounds like it probably January, February, or I'll just say February at this point, that we need to kind of maybe reassess a little bit where you are in the process of acquiring those facilities for the Somerset facilities, and then at that point, if we need to come back and request an extension on the or again to amend what we've already done,
Yeah.
and extend it out to the 27-28 school year, I think that would be appropriate.
I think
No,
Dr.
absolutely.
Or Mr. Baldwin, sorry, I forgot that you were done.
Yes, so just requesting, I think on that note, quarterly updates regarding where we are with the buildings, particularly since we may need to do just a review of the extension.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Mr. Baldwin?
You know, my thought is, you guys are living this every day, and we look at this maybe once a year. I think it would be helpful for us if you all could do just a one-page summary with everything, you know, the key dates of acquisition, development, certificate of occupancy expectations on one page, and have all three projects on, just in a matrix grid on one page. That would help us. I think we're struggling because we're confused on
I understand.
too much stuff.
Yeah, a chart that separated the status of each one would be very helpful, because it's like different pages, different things, so it would be helpful.
I think we can certainly provide that for you by the February meeting and make sure that we have some clarity on that so that everybody's on the same page, literally, to make sure that happens.
Yeah. And like if you guys are gonna have to acquire raw land and build a building, that could be a 2 or 3 year process, given the challenge of getting contractors in certain areas of our state. They're all busy, and it takes a while to get things going.
All right, thank you for your report, and it just sounds like that we would like to have a follow-up conversation in February.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We
we will get scheduled for February for a follow-up.
And we'll put something together for you long before then. I think, frankly, what they're asking for, we could provide to the office within a pretty short time frame, right? Just up to date. Most of it's in the
Yeah, correct. Just with the holidays, I would say by the, let's just say, second week of December, I could put something together for them.
Okay, and then we can schedule
that'd be
the
great.
time to come back.
If you could get that to our office, we will certainly forward that on to the authorizing panel.
But I think also part of the, at least I know from my perspective, of getting a chance to have another conversation in February is potentially at that point, if there is a need for another amendment,
Yes.
then we can have that discussion then, so you'll have more time for planning.
Yes, I agree 100%. And maybe we can even create some, a little bit more flexibility so that we're not having to do this, especially if it looks like we're gonna build it and that's gonna be a 2-year build out or 2.5 year build out or something, that we're not having to necessarily come back here every year for to extend. We can maybe create some flexibility in the contract and start date, which would give them some flexibility in what they need to do. I think once you all are committed and sure of what you're going to do and what that land, if you're on the land and you're going to build on that land, and then we can start kind of figuring out what a true start date would be, I think, at that point, and then we can adjust the start dates realistically for the contract for all of those campuses, and keep us from having to kind of go through this cycle over and over and over again.
Agreed. And we'll just give us the date and we'll be there.
Okay, fair enough.
Thanks. Any other questions? Do we have any public comments? Thank you
Not to
again
my-
for your report.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
So with that, if there is no further business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move. Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Baldwin and a second by Dr. Bacon. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.